No. Good morning. How are you? Did you get to rest after Rukmini's presentation? I bet you were all inspired. Were you able to rest? We're, we're going to start on our second day to reflect. We're going to start our second day, as I said, to start with the reflective time from research, evidence, and technical knowledge, but also aligned with the identified priorities from our countries. We invite you to reflect from the tangible reflections landed in our realities context in the innovations that have been implemented in transforming realities. We have a block where different speakers in different countries and experiences are going to share their reflections and orientations that can be useful to enrich your knowledge. We're going to address different topics related to early childhood, teaching, training, foundational learnings, and inclusive financing. I hope today will be inspiring, creative, and share different learnings. To get started, we're going to start with unblocking teaching of high quality, and we are going to have Yuri Belfali and Rafael Carrasco. They will share their main findings on their unlocking high quality teaching and the School Plus, that is a project that gathers educational experts, different professors of all the world to respond to common challenges and inspire transformation in the classrooms, centers, and the policy. Judy Belfali, Head of Division of Early Childhood and Schools, Directorate of Education Skills, OECD. She leads studies in high quality, including assessments from the visa students in different in TADIs as well. She has helped with innovation and policies for learnings in different parts of the world and has a master's in educational international education and policies from Stanford. Yuri has a vast experience in educational topics. Welcome, Yuri. Please come on up.
Buenos dias, bonjour, and good morning. How are you doing? Thank you. I have been enjoying since yesterday this very good dynamics in this room. I really like that everybody here, from researchers to civil societies to the staff of the ministry to the minister, everybody is keen to learn from each other. I really like, and I'm also learning a lot from your experiences. So today, I would like to present some insights that we gained from the OECD initiative. My presentation will focus on school education. So today, we will go deeper into the teaching and learning of school education. To start with, of course, we need to understand the challenges that we are facing. But don't forget about the strengths and assets that we have. All the improvement would not happen if you don't have some strengths that you have and acknowledge it and amplify that. So today, just to start with the positive note, I present some of the strengths that we observe in your countries. But first one is rather a challenge. You know that. Latest PISA showed that all the countries in this region have a big challenge of quite big share of students not reaching the minimum level of proficiency, but I don't repeat this. despite this challenge, we find some very important but a bit hidden background and foundations that you have. This shows the progression of the coverage of 15 years old who are eligible to participate in PISA. As many of you might know, PISA is the assessment of the students of 15 years old enrolled at the level of 7th grade and above, which means that in many countries, there are quite a few 15-year-old young people who are not enrolled or not yet reaching the 7th grade. But many of the countries in this region made extraordinary efforts to improve the access already. So this shows the trajectory. For example, Costa Rica, they participated in PISA for several rounds, and over time, they dramatically increase the share of 15 years old who are reaching the level eligible for PISA, and the same for Paraguay and many other countries. And which is impressive is that usually if you improve the access, you take the risk, because those who are not in schools or who are not reaching 7th grade are the young people at risk, or probably most disadvantaged, most risked, because they didn't have longer experience of learning, they have probably socio-economical challenges, so they come already with the challenge of low proficiency in terms of numeracy and literacy. So that has a risk for education systems to have probably lower scores when you make your system inclusive. However, as you can see, if you pick up the lowest 25% of students, their minimum score hasn't declined despite the improvement of the access. This means that all these countries are making extra efforts to improve the access at the same time as maintaining or improving quality and not necessarily declining the performance despite all these disadvantaged students coming into the system. El Salvador, they are doing the second PISA round this time, so you will have the similar data next year. Yesterday evening, I added 2 more slides because Javier talked about also the strengths of the Latin American countries compared to high performers like Singapore and other things. So I just want to prove that Javier was evidence-based for the credibility of his role as a director of SUMMA. But also to show that the success of education should be multidimensional. It's not only about the math scores and reading scores. Like you as educators, policymakers, or maybe as parents, you might wish that young people learn not only the academic skills, but also other important competencies important for their lives. And actually, this is not well known, but PISA also collects data to understand not only the proficiency of math and reading, but some important social, emotional dimensions. Like, sorry, this is a bit not visible, but psychological well-being or resilience. And this shows that Singapore, of course, they are top in academic performance. However, they have actually lots of challenges in the area, like this is psychological well-being, lower than OECD average, resilience, quite challenging, or balance of school and leisure time. They spend lots of time in studying, but maybe not enough time to do physical activities or spend with friends and family. This is Guatemala. Of course, we acknowledge the challenges in terms of academic performance. You are just starting in PISA to move up, but also last one is the material and cultural well-being. Maybe this is related to the resources. You have limited resources for students. But you are very strong in terms of resilience, social relationship between teachers and students, and between students, and also engagement with schools. So we should consider that Guatemala, for example, has a very important assets, and you can build on that to improve learning. And like yesterday's we have heard from Rukmini, these are intertwined things. We cannot just separate academic performance and social-emotional performance. These are integral part of learning. If you want to know about other countries in PISA with the similar chart, let me know, I can show that. Another insights from PISA is that we don't only ask the situation and the snapshot of what students can do today, but also we ask questions students to understand how they are ready for the lifelong learning. Because 15 years old is not the end of the compulsory education, but the start of the continuous learning towards life, work, citizenship. So we want to understand how students have the disposition, motivation, and thinking to prepare for their lifelong learning. Then we found that Jamaica has lots of positive foundations for lifelong learning. For example, they have very strong sense of control of their learning, or some part of critical thinking, they are doing better than OECD average, or some practices like cognitive activation. Teachers ask students to explain not only the right answers, but how they got to the right answers. So they do this kind of practices. However, it's still area to improve, which is the critical thinking, especially to understand that correct answer is not only one. You can think about different type of answers to address a given question. Another important dimensions for the success for lifelong learning is motivation to learn. For example, El Salvador, the students are really doing well in terms of both intrinsic motivation. They enjoy learning. They know the meaning of learning, but also instrumental motivation in some sense, like schools teach students that could be useful for their future jobs and other things. But also, most importantly, they have a quite good level of growth mindset. Students in El Salvador tend to believe that efforts make a difference. That's why I want to learn more. I want to make efforts, because that could make a difference in my learning. In other countries, like even high-performing systems in East Asia, growth mindset is not high. They tend to believe that, oh, this is given, this is just the intelligence, and I'm not born with that. So let's build on this. But of course, what is important is teacher. Without teacher, without good preparation, good support of teachers, learning could not be better. And yesterday we heard about teachers' role, but also this is statistically proven. And the more frequently students experience teacher support, the more they show proactive learning behaviors. So of course, learning counts on students' own will, own motivation, but teachers can make a difference to drive the motivation and the sense of learning for students. How we can do that? We already find good examples in the region. For example, we have some video studies. So we did the video shooting of teaching practices, because statistics cannot tell everything. And to better understand teaching practices, we compare the practices of teaching of math in Colombia, in Mexico, in Japan, Shanghai, and Spain. Then we found some practices happening in the classrooms, for example, in Colombia, which also reflects the good practices proven by the evidence. For example, this case, teachers are using the real-world examples to facilitate understanding of mathematical concepts. Or in this case, we saw the video where teachers are building the respectful and collaborative environment so that students can help each other to understand math competencies and math concepts. So today, in the interest of time, I cannot show the video, but just visit this site, and you can find lots of interesting video practices. And there's also some comments why these practices correspond to the evidence that we have found. So the rest of my presentation is about the consolidation of the understanding of how we can link the policy, practice, and evidence base. And recently, we published this report, Unlocking High-Quality Teaching, to explain the bridge of these three pieces. And the way how we conducted this study is actually the similar way as this hub is working. Yesterday, Javier, in the opening ceremony, gave 3 keywords of this Latin American KIX hub. We went through exactly the same approach of co-creation, collaboration, and ownership of different countries and institutions. And this was a great collaboration between the OECD and SUMMA, but also other institutions like education endowment foundations and school principal associations, global or regional. So that's the findings that I want to explain to you. What we did in the beginning of this study is to shift our beliefs about teaching. Traditionally, the teaching discussion tend to be too simplistic and dichotomy-based, like whether teacher-centered approach is better than student-centered approach, or it should be traditional progressive. But it's not that simple. Teaching is much complex, and we cannot just draw lines between different approaches. Then, based on the evidence, we identified 5 areas where we could deeply study the evidence base, but also the policies and practices. One is to ensure cognitive engagement of students, clarifying quality subject contents. Third, providing social emotional support for students. Fourth, fostering classroom interactions. And finally, using formative assessment and feedback. So these are already proven by many existing research and evidence base. However, what was missing to translate the evidence base into the policy and practice is that first, we needed to have a common language to speak about the pedagogical practices. Everybody used different definitions, different terminologies, and we are not necessarily crossing the conversation. And maybe we are missing some important evidence base because of the lack of the common language. So we created together the taxonomy of pedagogies, and based on that, identified from evidence what has proven effective. At the same time, even the effective practice proven by evidence would not happen automatically because we need to take into account the local context and the needs, but also students' and teachers' reality depending on the context. So we also combine the practitioners' insights and experience of how they can implement the effective pedagogical practices. So in the report, you find detailed explanation of 20 different types of practices. And just I give you one example, but you can see the report for the full insights. For example, in the area of ensuring cognitive engagement, what we concluded from the evidence and the insights from teachers are that it's important to ensure appropriate levels of challenge. That's also what we learned yesterday during the dinner presentation. To facilitate first-hand experience, including real-world examples for students, meaningful context, real-world connections, and also working with multiple approaches and representations. We also classify different existing evidence by the level of strength of evidence. Of course, we can say that, some studies say that such practice is effective, but how strong the evidence is. That's what we try to understand. Then just give you one example. Using feedback, formative assessment, timely and regular feedback of learning to students has been proven to be effective with the high degree. So that's very important, whereas some other evidence are okay, but not necessarily as strong as feedback. So I take this example of feedback. Despite the evidence saying the importance of feedback, and maybe in a common sense, you would also agree that feedback is important. But in reality, in many education systems, teachers are not necessarily giving regular feedback. This is another study where we have also some data from Latin American countries or states and the cities. Then we ask students whether they get feedback from teachers on their strengths. Only less than half of the students say that they get the feedback from teachers. So teachers don't tell them what you are doing well. Feedback on where to improve. This sounds like essential things, but again, less than half of the students in many countries are saying, except for Delhi, India, which is a quite interesting case, still the low level of feedback from teachers about what they can do to improve, and the same how to improve. This is also still limited feedback that students get. Then the question is how we can do that. So in the report, we try to unpack, that's why we are talking about unpacking high quality teaching, what kind of things teachers should consider when, for example, they think about the power of feedback. Are they giving timely and focused feedback? Or are they also thinking about not only teachers giving feedback, but student-to-student feedback approaches? But also, are they ensuring and following how students react on the feedback, and do they use feedback? So these are the key elements for teachers to think about and how they can know whether feedback is working well for their teaching, but also what school leaders have to consider to enable and empower teachers to introduce more feedbacks as part of their teaching. So we have this kind of recommendations and practical tips for teachers for all the 20 pedagogical practices in the report. Finally, I want to also highlight what we concluded in terms of the ecosystem of teaching that we have to think about. Teaching is not happening within the classroom with only individual teachers against students. It involves lots of dimensions of education, from understanding the learners even before start teaching and giving feedback, but also allocating teachers to learners in the best way to support students' learning, setting a clear school visions, not only teachers' individual lesson plan, but how this is aligned with the school's vision, providing opportunities for planning and professional collaboration among teachers, delineating what, when, and where students learn, using data, research, and to drive improvements, and connecting with other learning environment. And this all together with stakeholders surrounding classrooms and schools. And I think in this room, we have all these representatives of stakeholders who could make a difference in terms of the teaching, but that should happen also in your respective education systems and school communities. We need to also bring more the voices of teachers and the reality of teachers. Even if some research say that these are the effective teaching practices, some are actually very difficult for teachers to implement, some are relatively easy. So when you talk about the teacher professional development, it's important to prioritize and probably give more focus on the area where teachers are saying that it's most challenging to implement. For example, through the network of these projects where we have teachers from 140 schools from 50 countries, they say that, for example, ensuring appropriate level of challenge is very challenging, or explicitly teaching at the same time as actively practicing social emotional skills of students are also very challenging. So how about bringing these teachers' voices into the design of the professional development, on top of what many of the systems are already doing, such as foundational content knowledge of the teachers, or to share with teachers up-to-date scientific knowledge or effective classroom practices. We need to also give due focus on the support for teachers to collaborate, learn through their daily practices, such as supporting classroom observations to learn from, not only from research, but the best practices that they can find among their peers, or support teachers to conduct their own research to understand and improve their practice. Or also international research demonstrated the effectiveness of the mentoring as a part of the professional development of teachers. So finally, this gives you, I hope, some of the practical and probably easy to implement ideas. However, I would like to say that we want to learn more from the region. To be honest, I think the level of research and evidence base and teachers' voice that we could bring from the region was very limited. That's why we are very keen to collaborate with the region of Latin America and Caribbeans through, for example, the partnership with SUMMA to even enhance the understanding and the relevance of this work for your regions. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing your reaction, feedback, and probably advice for the next stages of this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuri, for your presentation. We're going to have a Q&A space after Rafael's presentation, who will deepen. Yuri says that teaching is complex process, but teachers have a fundamental role to change practices. I also have the vision of the multidimensional process of learning, teaching process, not only if potentiate the reading, writing, math, but also look at the socio-emotional case, the welfare interaction in the classroom, and how to potentiate from decent practices. To continue deepen in those topics, I want to invite Rafael, subdirector of SUMMA. He is Director of Education in Stanford and Magister in Economy and International Education from Chile University. Has experience in educational policy, has worked in different offices for the government of Chile, and has worked in the ministry designing the educational policies. Rafael? Good morning. How are you? Good enough, okay. What I'll present today is we're going to go deeper on what Yuri was sharing in the first part, and it's related with the potential and the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean to improve and advance in teaching. From the key points that Yuri mentioned, this is a many-year effort that she has led with many countries, and SUMMA has been part of the board of this work. And recently we have worked on contextualizing the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean according to this proposal and the guidelines and invitation that OECD does through the studio and the improvement of our teaching. So the focus today is advanced to high quality teaching for Latin America and the Caribbean. First question that I want to address is why is it relevant, and ask ourselves on teaching in the region. I'm going to take the start point of what Yuri was sharing about the comparison situation of the region from the different countries, especially from OECD, for example. And it tells us that when we translate the distance of the region in the OECD countries, taking information here, we kept seeing that we are 5 years behind Europe, US, and some other countries. This means that when our students finish 10th grade, we are of what OECD would have 3 years before, like a 7th, 6th grade. This varies, it's less dramatic if we're talking about language, science, math, etc. There's important information there, and there's gaps and socioeconomical gaps that we've talked, and there are children behind, there are children who are vulnerable and non-vulnerable. We talk about 2 to 4 year difference. So when our students finish 10th, the poorest are somehow 4 years behind. I would say that they're like when they finish 12th, they're in 8th, for example. So it's important to know that and take conscious. As Rukmini was saying yesterday, this is related with the expectation, future, and potential of their youth and our countries in the long run. So how can we take advantage of this potential? There are good reasons of the situation. Our countries are behind investments. Europe invests $10,000, $12,000 per student. We spend 2, 3, 1,000. It's a lot less. We also have a lower capital. We have families that have literacy problems, which makes it hard to advance. Beyond the reasons, though, that you can understand the situation of the region, the question is, do we have something to do? Javier he's going to talk about the structural part, but there's a space related on taking the resources and see if there are possibilities of improvement on the way we are working with the resources we have. I'm going to talk about the potential, the improvement in teaching. Yuri advanced and share some of that. And I'm going to take a work taken by the Education and Endowment Foundation where they systematize global evidence respect to the practices of improvement of learning and teaching. What this revision got that has taken thousands of programs in the world. We even help with the context and given evidence in a region. Is that there is an impact. It's very important, showing that we can improve the educational practices in the pedagogic core of our classes or systems and our schools. The potential is an improvement. Months, additional add months. Sometimes we were looking at Yuri's graphs where advance in 3 months, what you can advance in 6, 9 months. These little advances you can add up, and that means years of difference. So there's a big, strong potential in the how other countries are. We're behind, so there's hope to advance to the work. What this work from the foundation is that highlights the relevance on working the reflective, not only reflecting on their message on the processes, but to manage it better, to work dialogue, collaboration. Rukmini was talking yesterday about these these classrooms to be loud because there are interaction, and that made sense because it means more learning, because what you learn alone, the cognitive processes, emotional processes alone are not the same when you collab with others, when you share on in same thing with formative feedback, and also the socio-emotional development that is very linked to learning. There's a big potential then, and the question is how we translate or move this evidence, this hope in our classrooms, and how are we doing, what room of improvement do we have? I think one of the things we have, important things with Yuri's work, is that it gives us a framework that integrates this type of elements in a form of seeing how we're doing and how we can improve. So, in this framework and the orientation of the quality of teaching, there are elements that is important to ensure a cognitive commitment or engagement, to create high quality content, to have a socio emotional, to promote that action, to promote the interaction in the classroom, and use the assessment and feedback. The question then, and here's another element of this proposal, is that gives us a way of practical views. What does it mean to ensure cognitive engagement, or what does it mean each one? How are we doing in the region? That's the question. The region has a big growth space. There are elements that are important challenges of improvement, but there are room for improvement not only in our region but are worldwide or global, because these type of perspectives are new. The importance of dialogue, collab, the metacognition are recent messages. So there's a worldwide or a global challenge, and especially in our region. The first thing is, when we want to know what's happening in the region, we see that there's not much research. We still need to do more research. We didn't have this reference frameworks. For example, the time that the teacher spends in classrooms, they talk in the classroom, and a view that this vision shows us, there's no much evidence or information about it. What we did then is based in a studies by OECD, the Tuchel Global Teaching Insights, that works with 8 countries, 3 in the region, more than 700 teachers, more than 17,000 students, recording classes and having an idea of what's happening within the classroom, not only the opinion of the teachers or the students, that is very important, but observation on how the dynamics happen. Many things that you don't realize when we do them. You see them from the outside, and the information being inside is much more rich. And the results in the general view of teaching in the region, and what room for improvement. First, to ensure cognitive commitment, ensure participation and involvement. They are key. If they are not involved, motivated, it's hard to teach. This links with a series of benefits to keep the effort of learning. There's a series of practices. Rukmini was talking about teaching to the right level, connect content with the real world and the children students, facilitate direct experiences, use different focuses and representation, and promote metacognition. How are we doing in the region? What we see is that activities are not always challenging enough. There's a room for improvement in how we propose activities that involve more challenges, not much memory, but analysis and reflection. Low connection with practices, connections, how we can end what we're teaching with the real life. So poor emphasis in metacognition and auto-regulation. This happens everywhere. Low level of involvement and participation of students. You can see the difference of percentages in classrooms where cognitive demand is lower. It works more memory than analysis. Chile, Colombia, and Mexico have a greater percentage of classrooms where this happens. And perhaps what happens in these countries happens in many countries of the region. So it's an issue that we have to work as region. Second, give quality content, provide quality content, important to promote not only the topic, but deep comprehension. Very importantly, to establish connections between the different topics, not only isolate topics, but to connect with nature. What is the key and the essence of it? What's the key of effective communication and scientific development? This is how the region is doing. There were not many conceptual errors, but we can see that it's a low management of content. Not the teachers don't always manage the content they are giving, low connection between class and the curriculum, and so there's no connection. Explication are not deep, they're not good quality, and poor spaces, low spaces to have connections. We can see the case of the percentage of classrooms where we see deeper explication. Again, these three countries very, very behind from these other countries, so there's a big room for improvement. About promote socio-emotional support. This will allow students feel safe to learn. It addresses from an enriching environment, positive relationships, and positive teaching. Region in general shows a reasonable environment of respect, good environment to support and encourage students, but also using error as learning. We see this three countries are above some other countries, which is a good thing. Where they're not condemning the mistakes or errors, but they're being more supportive. And promoting better classroom interaction is related with the space of interaction between students to be more rich and not teacher-centered, and this is related with generated proposals, the spaces of Q&As, promote conversations within the students. This is how the region is doing. This is not only about it, but many parts of the world. We can see the front classroom, which is not bad. There are spaces of Q&As, reflections, but there are limitations, and it's focused on that because there are no spaces for this richness of interaction between peers and students. The graph shows these interaction spaces within these three countries that are not too far from other countries, but there's a big room for improvement accordingly. Last dimension is to use the assessment and feedback not only to judge, but to support learning and to potentiate the progress. And this is related with teaching at the right level and help them to take the next steps. Is to share objectives clearly, use good not diagnose, and to see which level they are and how to improve, feedback and adapt teaching to what's happening in the classrooms. In general, in the region, teachers present the objectives, they scared for students to learn, but they're not very concerned to make it 100% clear. So feedback is a great challenge. In the region, we see that there are few spaces for teachers to know and understand, visualize what children are comprehending, and help them to take the steps to learn and or understand better. And we can see the way of adapting what's happening in the classroom. This shows us the percentage of classrooms where there are spaces for teachers to help children and help them to understand how close they are, how to potentiate their knowledge. The region, it's below some other countries, and there's room for improvement, not only for the country, but some other countries like Japan. That is, there's room for improvement. How is so now we're going to talk how is the teaching and the teaching training. What we see when we check on the region is that many times training is not unified, it's dispersed. There's no unity on the management and pedagogic practices and teachings. There's low training in classroom management dynamics. Talking about dynamic classrooms, there's some tension in what's more important, theoretical formation or practice. And some people think theory is more important. There's no this dichotomy. Both are important, and it's a great challenge in teaching from pedagogic practices to be more participative to teachers. We have to understand that teaching in the region is challenging. There are some rural conditions, poor conditions, challenging classrooms, overload, labor overload, some frameworks that do not help with constant improvement. We want to show some initiatives at the region. I'm not going to go deeper because we've talked about it, but these are some of the works that the different programs, what El Salvador is working. So this has been already shared, what's Panama showing, Chile, the framework of good teaching, Colombia with the program, and many initiatives to advance. And lastly, some lines of policy for quality teaching, initial training, fundamental training to work on these frameworks, linked with a proposal and the tools, transition training, when the teachers come from the programs to schools, when they graduate and how they start teaching, continuous training. In the 5 years of teaching, you cannot make teachers to know everything. The continuous training is the only way of good development that does not end when you finish your programs. A company system within schools, governments, and some questionings. Lastly, to the some other systemic issues that Javier is going to share, but the coherence from the institution, this is not a work that depends on teachers or schools. It's a systemic thing, and the importance of get different actors and stakeholders involved. This project that, as yesterday someone was saying, it's a project for the country and not only for one school. Thank you. We're going to have a QA space from the audience. more than a question, it's a reflection. First, I want to thank. We had the opportunity yesterday to work in the. We saw and throughout the dinner, the video about the migrant children, and then Rukmini's presentation from experience from India. So we got a really great proposal. And I want to thank and link this thankfulness with a small reflection and share something that's happening in the region. Of what we see and don't see in education, what we can measure and what we cannot assess. The PISA, we're not going to deny that when they're discussed on the universal point of view of the results of PISA tests, and sometimes they transform in a kind of like in a log where at the end we see the system, how teachers lose, how they're falling behind, they're undervalued. I think it's important what Judy was mentioning regarding the amount of information they are processing throughout the PISA test themselves, and that they can help to understand another perspective the learning punctual situation that happens in a classroom with children 15 years old. Now, we have a problem, and is that this debate of amount of information is limited and it gets to different levels. The reach is small to the world of education, stakeholders. It's kind of like it's been kept. And we see what the news are saying. Such and such country shows as a punished country by the media because they don't get to transform what apparently it's a simple process of advances in the educational process. In that sense, in the region, we have the Minister of El Salvador, and I say it on behalf of Honduras. We are generating a methodology proposal that is related with the other factors associated to education. All learning, 2 more minutes. I'm not going to do a presentation, but I want to share what's happening in the region that will be discussed in July in the SEC Minister encounter for SICA. And what Rafael was sharing is one that we called associate factors, the capacity of the teacher, but also other factors that determine the possibility of learning or not. Nourishment or nutrition. There are a million of children that don't eat or eat badly and don't have the capacity in their biological structure to access learning processes. Infrastructure of schools in a region have a historic debt. There are some schools in Honduras that are under a tree. There are no conditions to give a space between the real world and the kids that have conditions to guarantee learning. Same thing, we can talk about access. Our country suffer many storms, earthquakes, hurricanes, etc., that impact the structure and infrastructure. And there's a series of other factors that influence on learning. We're working on it. There's a document made in a workshop that 8 countries of the region we can share later, but it seems like we can build a multi-dimensional view beyond training for teachers. Many other factors that affect the education and what they live in the classrooms. In our countries, it has a great impact. I just wanted to give that reflection. Any comments regarding this? Thank you for the comment, and I think you're right. There are many causes behind this phenomenon. A region, as we said at the beginning, this helps us understand the poverty, the lack of resources, many reasons to see where we are. The question is, can we go beyond the conditions? I think, as you were sharing, Rukmini's presentation showed us about a hope that in hard conditions you can make a difference. As teachers, you can make a difference. And this proposal of OECD shows there are different ways that what Rukmini shared as well. That's the hope in that. There are hard conditions. There's no judgment whether it's someone's fault, but the question is, what difference can we make? The answer is that we can all make a small difference. We can make a significant change in children. Agree with you and just complimenting. Thank you.
Thank you, because it was very interesting comment. I want to also give my reflection to. What's your name, by the way, the participant who raised the question?
Tengo que decir el nombre de verdad.
Adrián.
Voy a esconderme en el anonimato. No, Adrián Rosengar es mi nombre.
Yes, thank you very much, Adrian, for your sharing of reflection. First, you talked about PISA and also your critical view on how this could be helpful, how this could be also a challenge. I think the real test of PISA is not the results. Results is just the starting point to think about what you can do differently. And also PISA gives some elements to think about where you want to go. If you want to improve your systems and if you don't know where you stand, it's very difficult to identify what course of actions, what achievement you want to aim at. At the same time, I also am aware, and we should be aware of the challenge that PISA started 25 years ago with the focus on math and science and reading, and now we are expanding to a wider range of students' performance and dispositions. But nothing is set in stone, and education is evolving, and the society is evolving. Thus, assessment should also assess what is important for children and for students. So I think we need to keep our conversation whether we are assessing the right things. And if you see different directions of education systems to go, then we need to also adjust the assessment. That's why we try to highlight more social-emotional dimensions, because that is becoming important. But it's very difficult to have a consensus across different international, situations. So that's why important questions to continue in this kind of forum. Thank you.
There are many hands. I think we're just going to have a couple of questions. There's Javier and the lady from Guatemala. We are going to go back to Adrian's comment. We hear this a lot because it's real. The conditions where teaching in Latin America develops is complex. But the report is trying to do from the SUMMA, and we're going to publish a Latin American version. It's on how we improve learning and teaching with the small resources and those things that generate more impact and more effect. So there are two conversations here. One is the thermometers, how we measure. There's a which is the focus. PISA has a competence focus. What we want to talk about, there's a lot that to cover, but the interesting part when we launch in a month to this group in a larger audience, when we share the report, is going to take you what is pedagogy, but based on evidence and systemically what cause and effect to learning and teaching. What Yuri was showing is how we create order in this universe that seemed obvious, but it took 2 years to get to this. So within this typology, there are certain concrete evidence and good news. They're very cheap to improve. The most effective is related with metacognitive or feedback that are part of the teaching culture. So it's not something you have to change completely on your culture and your practices, but to strength, when I talk about cheap, I don't mean that they don't cost anything. There are training and also walking by. Today we're going to talk about the advisory and the practices that Yuri was saying. Since you're Argentinian, when you go to the psychologist, all Argentinians go to the psychologist. It's part of the culture, and it's a good thing. And Ali back there are some Argentinians that I have my own psychologist though, and he's Argentinian. It only changes the behavior with a weekly therapy. It's not like you're going to see him 3 times a year. Nothing's going to happen. So it's a weekly work that show you things and give you insights of growth. So this is a key point in the work we're doing. It's the only way, and we have to have weekly follow-up in the region. And generally, it's 3 to 4 times a year maximum, except some examples. But all countries, they give 4 times feedback, sometimes not even once a year. This doesn't change that behavior. So I want to reinforce your comment, but does not contradict to efforts and improvement. We're just going to have one more question because of time. And I think this gives us time to talk individually because it helps us interact. Thank you for the presentation. Very valuable, very succinct, and useful. I represent the universities for teaching in. I have a lot of questions, but one question is if you have do you have a research on the impact of teaching, training teachers by micro credentials? That it's something that has worked a lot in Latin America.
Yuri, Rafael? Yuri?
Yeah, I think that's an emerging question. I personally don't know the research of the impact study of the micro-credential. I don't know, Rafael. Yeah. I think it's a good research question to explore.
Para el grupo. Una más y ya.
Yes, it's wonderful to give the Caribbean an opportunity to express. So I just want to take the opportunity to congratulate ministries of education and governments of the OECS countries and the Caribbean region. We see we have our minister here, the Honorable David Andrew, and other persons from the Eastern Caribbean that have been doing a marvelous job in terms of education and education reform. But the problems and the difficulties that they face, and that's the challenge I would want us to look at here today. Because we have limited resources. I'm the president of a trade union organization, teachers in Grenada, both with the Ministries of Education, Government of Grenada, trade union organization. We invest lots of funds training teachers, because teacher training is very important. But the question is here, the push factor. When all we train and such, and some of the teachers, by the very said trainers and international donors, we find our teachers going to the bigger countries because of the resources and such, and the monies that they get is greater probably than OECS or the Caribbean. How do we address this matter?
Last reflections to close, please.
I think this is the reality of many countries, how to deal with the limited resources to achieve the high ambition. In my presentation, I didn't mention, but there are two questions that maybe we should continue discussing. One is the question of trade-offs. Of course, we know lots of different good practices and good approaches, but we have to make a choice, and we have to use the limited resources in an optimal way. So sometimes we have to decide to do one thing and drop something, and that dropping part is very, very difficult. So for that, again, we can use evidence-based to do a more informed decision of where to really focus on to use your limited resources. But the second question is also the emerging issue of teacher shortage. Today we discussed assuming that teachers are there, but in many countries, there are really, really emerging issue of shortage of teachers, and also the migration of teachers in some countries struggling in terms of the mobility of teachers. They train, but teachers move. So that's something that we need to also discuss in the future.
Gracias, Yuri y Rafael.
Thank you, Judy. What Yuri was saying, the question is how we focalize the efforts. In our experience, training teachers, two things. This type of approach allows a collaborative work between teachers in working and changing dynamics in the classroom and exchanging experiences that work between the learning communities. This reduces some cost in implementing of what Rukmini, creating leaders that work this type of approach, but a greater involvement because they need to be worked from schools. And there's a lot of work because how to make classrooms more participative, how to implement all the things that we talked, and this helps with the resources and the work of our teachers, because they can re-fall in love of teaching. As teachers, sometimes we think they might be important and we didn't know how to work on them. These spaces help them develop it more efficiently. Thank you. Please let's give him a hand. I think we can discuss this later today in the work we're going to have. I think we all agree that training is key to improve the quality and how to strengthen the policies, how we train them, and how we walk with them, and how we teach them from this perspective. Thank you. Our next part.
We're a little bit behind with the program that we will have our coffee break after the next point. We will work in the central topic, which is the topic of the early childhood, to show a little bit of the panorama of care of this early childhood. And I would like to invite Agustín de la Varga, Education Manager, Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean of UNICEF. He has a master in cooperation towards development, human help, and asylum. Agustín, thanks for being here. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I'll combine two elements in my intervention, early childhood and the implementation of initiatives of learning at an adequate level in the region. So I just wanted to clarify this part. I'll start by the situation in the region, which my predecessors have presented at some kind of detail, and it's our crisis of learning specifically relevant for our region. In this one, I use data specially elaborated from the World Bank. I don't see Andrea here, but I understand that they have this data and they are working on future reports with this process that is being carried before pandemic, like a stopping of the results from pandemic to here, and they have taken them up to the limits. As you see, our region in Latin America is kind of the second lowest one of the world in regards of poverty in learning. So the immediate answer is what can we do with our resources? So here, the principle is learning at an adequate level. We had the best presentation in the one of Pratham yesterday from India. So I won't go deep into those general ideas, but documenting outside India with global expansion of this process. So here, the key elements and the principles of the same one, I think were very well reflected from the fantastic presentation of last night. So I'll go outside the map of India, and here I go to Africa, which is the second region where we have more initiatives in collaboration with UNICEF in countries like Nigeria, Zambia, universalized 8 of the 10 provinces of the country without reaching such big numbers like India, where we speak about millions of schools and children. But yes, here it's big, and outside Africa, in Asia, Pakistan, Nepal, and Philippines, and in our region, where it's the case fundamental of Mexico, El Salvador, with our colleagues of the ministry who have developed certain initiatives, Colombia at some point, in a very incipient level at some countries. And the proposal that I'm going to center is the case of Mexico. I'd like to say something very quickly in regards of this report. It's a recopilation of the initiatives, cost-effective initiatives to improve learning. It's a document elaborated by many instances, including UNICEF, but also World Bank and others, where we established this kind of tree where we said, okay, what are the best buys you can make, the good buys, and the effective ones and the not effective ones. I'm not going to speak about all of them, but in regards of the best ones, I will, of this educational system. There were two initiatives, and one of them was this one about an adequate level of learning. I recommend that you read it and you see all the reasons that are talked about, discussed there. Is one of the best cost-effective ones. I will tell you about the crucial part, the learned lessons of the implementation of this program in Mexico. It's called MIA in Mexico, MIA. So mainly the context in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have so many efforts in expanding the access to education, assistance. The going to school is not guaranteed and doesn't guarantee the acquisition of. And in Mexico, of course, nowadays, in Mexico, we have it in 2 of the states of Mexico. That's one of the characteristics we will see. Why Mexico has allowed this development is because of the decentralization of the executive power in order to execute them with certain autonomy. It's in Guerrero and Chiapas. Within their planning, they have included it. This is one of the factors that have contributed to its success. So the principles, according to the interpretation of UNICEF and our program in Mexico, is seeing learning as a construction process. Each child learns in a different way and constructs his or her knowledge based on their experiences. The other element is the education as a socializing practice. Learning and holistic development is a process that doesn't happen in the vacuum. It's socializing, it's a joint work. And next, we see evaluation, key to improve the educational results. We have to do this in a systemic way. And like here, it's a formational evaluation. What they define as key components of these interventions, of what we see, is a precise evaluation. We call it MIA Plus, go beyond. MIA is the learning process, measuring process of this program with valid and trustworthy instruments. Then we have the modalities of flexible implementation. In the case of Mexico, we do this in summer camps where we have intervention in 20 sessions of reading, 20 of mathematics, and 90 minutes each one. Also, we speak about materials, their quality and low cost, reusable. We use guides, annexes, and paperwork that's easy to reproduce and accessible without special books, software, or internet access. And also an innovational use of space. Like we saw in the presentation of India, they work on the ground, they transform a traditional classroom, these kind of elements. The next one, we have the detailed guides for the implementation, manuals and files that are carefully worked on. Then the monitoring of this process, learning and teaching, a flexible system to register progress, integrating in the same school platform. Another element that we talked about is involving parents and families. So we have workshops for parents and the search for strategic partners. I will show you a short video to show you this interaction. Please. This is a learning process in summer camps in the community of Ashoshuka. I'm in 6th grade, primary school, and my dream in life is to be an architect. My favorite thing is mathematics. I want to study to be an accountant because it's funny. Hi, my name is Hannah Monsivais. I'm an officer of UNICEF in Mexico. I want to speak to you about the crisis that we're experiencing in the world with the pandemics. And there's been an important loss of learning in our children. Our investigations that started in 2014 showed that Mexico before pandemics was behind learning. Even if they went to school, they didn't learn the fundamental basic things or what's expected from them. After pandemics, this was very evident, and that's why we're here implementing learning camps together with MIA. MIA means Independent Measuring of Learning. It's a methodology of education, accelerated learning of reading, mathematics, focused on children in a primary level, 3rd, 4th to 6th grade. What we're doing in Guerrero is seeing the intervention of one of these camps jointly with the educational people and UNICEF, and it's been very nice to see how teachers have adopted these things and children have learned faster and how we can recover this learning that we lost during pandemic. Thanks to this video that we did with UNICEF, we're going to get to know a little bit what we do. How do they work? These camps have 4 phases. The first one is evaluation of diagnosis. We classify, we identify the level of each child independently of their classroom. Then we organize the camps. With this information that we have per school, we identify which level they belong to. MIA works with 3 levels: elemental, beginner, and basic. The third point is the performance of the camps. These camps last about 20 sessions. In those 20 sessions, the children do certain collective things focused on learning in an adequate level. Once those 20 sessions are over, then we get to a 4th phase. This is the final evaluation, where we again apply those instruments and we see child per child, school by school, and at an aggregate level, if they increased or diminished their level. And this allows us for information and feedback for teachers, children, and parents what the next steps need to be. The strategy of learning camps reach 6,000 children, 400 teachers, and 2 states in Guerrero and Chiapas, because those states are deficitarian in learning, but we want to show and use this all over the country as a strategy in order to have each teacher recover the levels of their students. In the case of Guerrero, by the way, the measurements we've done pre and after the camps show an advance, general advance in reading, about 0.22 of deviation. It's almost 1 year, 1 whole year that the children advance thanks to the participation in these camps. In the case of mathematics, the advances are even bigger. We are reaching maybe 2.5 or 2 to 3 years. This makes us stronger into ideas. The first one is that the children need to go to school. That's fundamental. And the second one is that they need to recover their learning. The camps, MIA, have helped me because I've learned more to divide, to multiply. I have improved in fractions. During these 20 sessions that Mia had, I noticed that he learned to add and read better. My son advanced a lot. He was very shy. He didn't like to participate. Every time he was going to do a homework, he came to me or the family for help. And now, since this project started, he is more sure of himself. We have seen significant advances in emotional and educational level. They have advanced in their level. They have now began to read better, comprehend better, and do basic actions in a more ludic and interactive way, fun way. What we found in the camps is that there is a level of motivation that's interesting. They want to participate. Unfortunately, with the pandemics, they didn't come to school. We didn't know anything about them thanks to this MIA project. Now we see that this interest that was lost is back again. We're in a crisis in education. We believe that this methodology will be very useful. We know that the children are back to school with different levels. It's a situation that's very exceptional. So we need to take exceptional measurements. So we continue with a final part that will be the conclusions and next steps. We will reflect among everyone first that we need to adapt this to our countries. It's like a proven solution. We know it works. The idea is also in an ecosystem that's integrated and that's holistic in order to really transform it. It needs to be rooted in the educational system. The big challenge, I say here, is of this idea that we have about remedial tasks is that this duality needs to go in front in prevention and also recovery. How to go from a recovery to a prevention state. It's not, we shouldn't reach the bad point in order to recover it. And then, of course, we look for the welfare of the early childhood. And in the last slide, and I understand that you will get these materials, and if not, please tell me, because I know that you want to know everything we have here about the adequate learning. The first, I'm speaking about the first two ones, and the colleagues of Pratam is the start point of everything in their websites, and this guided tour where we have everything detailed. The third one is from JPAL, from the people that we saw at the last part of yesterday's work, evaluation of this element. This is another fundamental platform. And the last four, which are part of the promotion. First, and I recommend the visit of the FLN Hub, where you have a bookstore where there's a course about different methodologies. Among them, we see this of learning at an adequate level. We have videos and elements. And the last two from UNICEF, one of the regional office and one from the Office of Mexico. One has one publication where they explain how they implemented the summer camps, the processes they had. And lastly, the case study of the office in Mexico. So I understand that the next session we have is an open dialogue for everybody, so we can hear, share, and co-create, and all these methods. Thanks. There's a space for teaching. If you want to make a question at this point. Sorry, I will let you speak now, Mr. Minister. More than a question, it's a reflection. Latin American countries are really late at this discussion of these topics. It's always a good time to start, but we need to start by realizing that the gap we have, that the lack of action has led us to now. And this leads me to telling my colleagues, the other ministries and other officers, directors of the educational entities that are here today, that let's not get frustrated, because it's easy in most of our countries. Education ministries are extremely politic. And unfortunately, at this rhythm is that education works. And if we add to that, that each presidential period, you start from the first step. This is for us who are in love, inspired, doing this job. This is a frustration cause. And we need to be creative and see how we achieve to work somehow with the strategy to find results and go on working. And let's not forget these important things we've heard, everything that has been presented. This and in the previous presentation with Rafael are things that are way too important and recognized by us that need to be done. But if you go back to your reality and you sit again to a reality that's crushing, you get frustrated somehow, and that it makes us not take any action. And I was saying yesterday, I was telling this Javier from SUMMA directly. What we need is to find those mechanisms as region that allow us to walk jointly, because we'll be able to do more, have a bigger impact than the one we have alone as country. El Salvador is a country of 20,000 kilometers with only 5,200 schools. I was hearing about Romania, 385,000, something like that. That's scary. That's something that should mobilize us to start to join forces, declare joint strategies about the road that as region we want to follow. An example I applaud is the Caribbean, Eastern Caribbean. They're defining, they're thinking of having a curricula. Why not us? And also with them, it's not that they go their way and we go our way. No, we can go jointly. This is important. This is what will change the reality of our Latin American countries, because we've remained behind for many years. So let's not get frustrated, because it's nice what we just saw. Inspirational, and we know it needs to be done, but the thing is how we do it. Thanks. I answer very quickly. To the first thing, I'd like to answer with something of poetry. Today is always still. Today we can, and we can do it. The second one is it's a commitment and it's an invitation. First, it's a commitment. We like to acknowledge the commitment of El Salvador, and I throw this question of why not in 2 years we can include more countries. I don't want to be here by myself. I want to have the colleagues of Mexico, perhaps the colleagues of Colombia and El Salvador with more details of this initiative that has been implemented there. At the end, what we want to do is to show that, yes, we can adapt to the region, and it's possible to do it as well as in other places in the world. Thank you. Very inspirational. I'd like to know more about details about this methodology in reference to reading and writing, because that's a challenge for the early childhood, how we teach them to read and write. Maybe the detail, my first reaction is to refer you to the materials that I showed you. You can find the materials, the specific materials that we use, types of lecture, how we measure, which is different from how we do this in India, where they have 5 levels. Here, it's reduced to 3 to make it more operational. Here, somehow, it's a simplified, adapted version to this camp version, but with the same principles, inspirational principles of the teaching at the right level. It depends on the context where we are performing this. For example, in Colombia, since they have a closer approach to the original method as far as evaluation and reading and writing, in general lines, we work on ludical adaptations and playing. In these 2 states, we've seen teachers and initiatives, cultural initiatives that are implied, and the academy is involved. So we work on materials that are attractive to the children in those 2 states. One more question, and we go to the dialogue. Thanks, good morning. I have a question. Do you have results from the difference that you may have obtained in relationship to the children who don't speak Spanish but speak another language? Do you have materials, or how did you work on that situation? In Guerrero, we only did it with Spanish speaking. I know that in Chiapas, where they are starting, they are going to introduce children who speak Chiapaneca languages. But we still, the process is not over, so I cannot compare or tell you about a difference. So I still continue for the next encounter in 2 years for Mexico to tell you their experiences.
Oh, is this on? Yeah. And this is just a very short comment too. Tricia Wynn from GPE KIX at IDRC. Just wanted to mention that through GPE KIX, there's also other ways of connecting directly with some of the experiences in Africa of using teaching at the right level. Côte d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Zambia all have various experiences in trying to institutionalize some of these approaches in the public education systems. They have real-world challenges, real-world successes, including on this issue about starting in maternal language and then moving into a different language of instruction. So if there's interest in continuing to get more deep into this discussion about what does this look like in the context of public education systems, we'd be more than happy to help broker a connection with people in those ministries of education, if you're interested, plus the research that we've been able to support on the very particular piece of what kind of mentoring and monitoring of teachers who are doing teaching at the right level in different locations. What are the cost-effective ways of doing that in different modes?
On this, Tricia, maybe adding on this side that there's a network of teaching at the right level Africa, which is quite interesting also. They have a website, they have all kind of reports, elements and information there. And it's like, we hope that sometime in the future we can also have a teaching at the right level, Latin American, Caribbean, something like that, that we can have a network of implementing or sharing experience around this as soon as we grow in the element.
Thank you so much, Agustín. I see this as as an important opportunity. So start with a program like teaching at the right level that's born in India, and then this program that's proven effective is implemented in other realities, and how we contextualize this, because these are not recipes, it's not a matter of copy-paste, it's contextualizing and adapting to local realities, which materials we need to change. So in this sense, I also see an opportunity of collaboration, which is really big. The experience of Mexico, in El Salvador, Tricia says that in Africa. So we can build a collaborative work, like Agustín was saying, to share experiences of how this is working and how to strengthen this program in other contexts. So this remains for the next conversation we will have in the afternoon. Now, I will give you some space for your coffee break, and we will be back for 3 more sessions for the afternoon. Thank you so much. Hello, we will retake. I hope you have some new energies after this coffee break. We're back to our lectures with the experts. We'll follow the same dynamic of having 3 presentations. After each presentation, we will have a space for questions. Only 2 or 3 questions, very concrete, please, because we're a little bit behind with the schedule, but we will have this space. Okay? So during the next lecture, we will focus on an experience about the reform of initial formation of teachers in the states of the Western Caribbean. Eastern Caribbean, and we will have Laurette Bristol with us. She is the director of the School of Education and president of the Council of Formation of West Indies. She has over 25 years experience in primary school, forming teachers and policies, both in the Caribbean and international context. Laurette, welcome, please. An applause for her.
Good morning, everyone. So I think it's important as we begin this conversation that I take the opportunity to say thank you to our colleagues in SUMMA, to our hosting country, Guatemala, for creating this opportunity for us to share this case and this experience that we've been having in the Eastern Caribbean region. But always appreciating, as a good teacher, that you never take anything for granted. So I do not assume that you know anything about the Eastern Caribbean Joint Board of Teacher Education. So give me your grace, some time to just tell you a little bit in this story, the background, the context of the ECJBTE. So the ECJBTE was established in 2000 under the Ordinance 14 of the Charter of the University of the West Indies, which explains why the Secretariat for the ECJBTE resides within the School of Education at Veveu campus. It comprises ministries of education and national colleges in Anguilla, Antigua, and Barbuda, Barbados, the British Virgin Islands, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, St. Kitts Nevis, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, their teachers' associations, and of course the School of Education at Veveu. The JBTE is the premier certifying body for teachers in member countries and currently certifies teachers in early childhood education, primary education, and secondary education with specializations in the teaching of English, mathematics, science, social studies, history, geography, business, modern languages, and of course, technical and vocational subjects in the area of industrial arts and economics. The JBTE regulates a 2-year program, initially at the end of which successful students are awarded the associate degree in education, and this counts as the first year of your B.Ed, so it's a 2+2 model that has been in operation as we service our member states. The Secretariat is located within the School of Education, and the Secretariat plays an important role in coordinating and supervising the quality of the programs that are offered. So this presentation really will share today our experiences of engaging in teacher education reform. When we ask the question of why reform at this point in time, we have to be really conscious of some of the issues that have already been discussed in the last 2 days. We do appreciate the global concerns around the shortages of teachers, but importantly, global concerns around the access to quality teachers, even in the context of poor social perceptions of teachers, weak compensation packages, and of course, increasing workloads and low morale for teachers. Despite that, the Caribbean is one of the premier recruiting grounds for quality teachers to be offered across the world. The Caribbean invests a lot of money in qualifying and certifying teachers. And the challenge we confront on a regular basis, and our ministers know this well, as soon as we upskill them, as soon as we upgrade them, somebody else with a more interesting package comes and steals them away from us. Of course, this deepened Caribbean challenge is located in the retention and the migration of teachers, and we believe that's why we spend the money, that highly effective teachers are the bedrock of our society, of every society, and importantly, our teachers drive social transformation. So this work that we are doing in collaboration with our teachers' colleges across the region involved in the Joint Board of Teacher Education is anchored in our regional policies and our guidelines. It's anchored in the CARICOM standards for the teaching profession in 2019, where we recognize that learning to teach is developmental, and it best occurs in the communities. We recognize that teacher educators must also possess the same aptitudes and attitudes that we are asking our teachers in the classroom to be in possession of. We also recognize the importance of the work that is being done by our colleagues in the OECS, where they are working to produce resources such as that AI teaching assistance, which is being used to enhance practices, create learning lesson plans, provide expert advice to teachers, and of course, shift perspectives in assessments. And collectively, the reason why we are engaging in this is because we all commonly in the Eastern Caribbean believe that teaching and learning is ongoing, and importantly, it is developmental. We believe that teacher education must be responsive, and we believe that learning to teach is best located in professional and ecologically connected communities. Am I saying anything that we haven't said yet for the last 2 days? I'm a teacher, so I need to hear from you. Right? So the important thing about this revolution, this revision, is that it's a deliberate design for change. It's not ad hoc. It is not based on emotion. It's clearly entrenched in evidence. So, of course, we took the opportunity to engage, starting as early as 2021, to engage in a process of evidence, situational analysis, data collection with our colleagues from SUMMA. We really appreciate the collaboration and the ongoing work. We then ensured that we engaged with our TLIs, our boards of studies. We started to unpack challenges. We started to articulate what are the responses needed, where the modification is needed in the curriculum, what kinds of resources do we need now to update this reality. So it's about balancing international and Caribbean needs in the same space as we form assessment agreements. We are intending, so the last academic year has been a year of preparing to implement, where we spent the time working to enhance and upscale sensitization and capacities around the new asks, the new requirements for this new model. And we can confirm at this point in time, in the rollout and the pilot, which will take place next academic year, that Antigua and Barbuda and St. Kitts have committed clearly that they're starting, they're ready to go, with Grenada and Dominica still considering whether they'd be ready to go in time for the new academic year. However, if not, they will be ready to go with the rest of the TLIs who are going to start in the following academic year, because many of them want to ensure, logistically, this is not just new on paper. This is new in every way. So they want to ensure that the current existing model that they have going the students that cohort passes out, and they can take on this new cohort. So full rollout is being expected in 2026, 2027. So when we think about this conversation about teacher education reform, we have to recognize that we are asking questions about who is this teacher that we're talking about that we want to give birth to, right? This is a teacher that, and of course in doing that in the data collection that we engaged in, we recognized then that greater attention was needed in relation to the competency profile of the teacher. We also recognize that as we had that conversation about the competency profile of the teacher, we're beginning to ask questions about what teachers should know and what teachers should be able to do, particularly given the dynamic circumstances within which we are calling teachers to operate at this point in time. And therefore, we are moving from just what you think and not just what you say. We are moving towards how knowledge becomes enacted in the classroom through particular kinds of ethics and commitments and values that guide how that knowledge is used. So in this new pedagogy, importantly, we are moving beyond student-centered pedagogy and moving towards socially just-oriented teaching. We are moving from a framework that talks about teaching as talking and learning as listening to a more dynamic engagement. We are recognizing that this is the kind of engagement that we need if we are to support our future citizens and build and promote capacities for lifelong learning. And importantly, in that social justice orientation, we recognize the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we are working more actively to foster democratic and respectful classroom spaces where we all work to address the diverse learning needs of our students, and I will also add, and of our teachers. So this new teacher that we are talking about is an adaptive expert. This adaptive expert have come to define as someone who uses empirical classroom evidence and information to apply and design new strategies to educational problems. This is someone who is praxis-oriented, and they're praxis-oriented for educational impact. And of course, this requires this individual to be engaged in continuous learning, reflective practice, collaborative inquiry, and of course, instructional coaching as necessary, so there are implications for leaders as they engage in their professional development. And of course, when we recognize that, we are talking about promoting excellence by implementing the best practices and ongoing teacher learning. Now, if you're paying attention, you are seeing that this is not a conversation that has implications only for the teacher trainee. This is a conversation that has implications for our teacher educators. So we cannot be calling out of our teacher trainees the need to be adaptive experts without also calling out in our teacher educators the need for themselves to become adaptive experts. So we are talking about this reciprocal relationship between understanding the practice that we want to see and the practitioners who are engaged in that practice, continuously learning and engaging as they go along. So it requires now real-world application. It requires now meaningful learning, experiential learning, and increasing the number of opportunities for collaborative learning, metacognition, and giving and receiving feedback. In this conversation, then, that we are engaging in through the ECJBTE, we are now recognizing that any conversation about teacher education is a double-edged sword. And that's going to be important as we go along. So what does this new practicum require? This new practicum moves us from looking at just thinking about what teaching should look like or could look like inside of the college to moving into the classroom, to know and observe as learning, to engage in practice. So as we practice, we learn. And of course, that reciprocal relationship where we are observing, interacting, and learning about cultures that are located within school. And therefore, these are some of the conditionalities that will construct how we come to value teaching in situ. It requires new kinds of relationships now among mentoring, mentorship, and collaboration. It requires now constructive feedback. It now requires an elevated role for our teacher mentors, who sometimes I think we take for granted. We place the student in your classroom, we ask you to do certain things, but we give you very little agency about how you shape and influence that teacher who's coming out of the college. So this is going to be important. It requires increased support. So now, all the colleges have been saying for us, for those colleges who do not have a practicum coordinator, they've all said to us, this means we now have to have a practicum coordinator. And of course, it also means a wider support network being needed to ensure clear, consistent, and effective mentoring. And we now have to work more closely with school professionals, experienced teachers, and subject specialists. This competency-based approach that we are taking to teacher education reform. And remember, when I talk about teacher education reform, it's not just about what we do to pre-service teachers or in-service teachers, but it's about what we do with pre-service teachers or in-service teachers. And it's about what we as teacher educators do with each other as we continue to support and engage with each other. So now we are looking at considering competencies. It's beyond the scores, it's beyond the A's, it's beyond the B's. How many of you have had the experience where a student comes into your class and says, Miss, sir, all I want is an A? A lie? No, because they come in focused on the end result and not come in focused on the process of arriving and coming into being who they are as teachers. Now requires us to think differently about how we measure. Multiple instruments. It's not just about academic scores, it's about who you are as a human being. Do you recognize the other in your student? For us in the Caribbean, we had that video last night. That was very triggering for us in the Caribbean, to hear that conversation, to engage in that. And that's what we want our teachers to do, recognize the humanity in every single child that comes in front of them. But importantly, we want our teacher educators to recognize that humanity in every single peer that they engage in, so that they know how to support. And if we think about these multiple instruments, these multiple ways of assessing, coming to know and measure, then we are asking different questions about how do we determine progress, what are our priorities, what are the sets of actions that we want to engage, what are the strategies, and how are these strategies aligned to proficient and distinguished practice. So it's about a growth mindset. In this growth mindset, both teachers who are being trained and teacher educators must be committed to continuous learning and interrogating their beliefs. Yesterday in Angel's presentation, one of the things we recognize is that you can train. But if you don't affect mindset, you're wasting every cent you spend. So it's important that as we think about the transformation, we have to continue to reflect and begin to perfect transformation by instilling an understanding of growing while learning. Right? So this involves reflective practice, collaborative inquiry. It involves teachers engaged in research towards continued improvement. And of course, we need to be seeking continuous opportunities for professional development as key. And I'm not just talking about the legislative professional development of 50 hours per year. I'm talking about the professional development where we are building curious minds, curious people who then go into classroom and foster curiosity in students. As we continue to think about this growth mindset, it calls our systems, our parties responsible within the ministries of education to think differently about effective professional development. Effective, continuing professional learning. It calls our systems to think differently about how we are addressing issues of inequity. And how do we work continuously to disrupt a status quo where 30% of our students do well and 70% get left behind? So when Rukmani shared her work yesterday, we kept saying that's our reality in the Caribbean. So teachers must continuously work to uncover any biases that they have. I think I skipped along too fast. Oh, going in the wrong direction. There we go. Right? So teachers must be working continue. And this is not just for our teacher trainees, I keep emphasizing. This is not a conversation just about them. It's about our teacher educators. Another question that I'm confronted with regularly is why, despite the great investment in some of these progressive strategies and methodologies, we see teachers going into classrooms and they're doing the same thing over and over. We're not seeing any change. Well, you're not seeing any change because maybe, and our teacher educators might want to crucify me here, maybe our teacher educators are not the best examples of the change that we want to see. And therefore, we have to work in this process to ensure that our teacher educators become the best examples of the new practices that we want to see in the classroom. It can't happen without an ecosystem approach. It can't happen without us recognizing that good, effective teacher preparation and teacher educator preparation has to happen in community. It has to happen in a space where we are engaging with our stakeholders and our interest holders. And it has to happen in a space where we are talking not just about the school, but we are talking about the community and we're talking about the family. All of this comes into play. This community, therefore, is needed in order to build effective working relationships with colleagues. And importantly, we've recognized that if we want to talk about sustainable change in teacher education, it requires, and it is not possible without many conversations. Javier and they will tell you that. The number of conversations that we have been having with a range of different stakeholders, the number of conversations that we've been having that have been planned and unplanned, and we have to stay open to these conversations as we continue to engage in this discussion. So, what are the implications? Well, we have the conscious challenge of generations. I don't know if it has occurred to anybody as yet, but you realize that our teacher education force is an aging force. Most of our teacher educators are clocking 5 decades. Most of the teachers that they are training were born in the 2000s. And most of the teachers that they're training, that they're going to support for students were born to 2015 beyond. So we have this challenge of generations, and I'm wondering, do we really know what kind of spaces we're preparing teachers to go into? That is absolutely important. And as we navigate this discussion, this is what we have to keep in mind all the time. Of course, in this discussion, it now requires new governance mechanisms. As we think about a deepened engagement in the practicum from the time you enter till the time you exit, we now have to change regulations. We now have to confront our ministers of education with the reality about us changing the recruitment minimum qualifications to enter. Even though I know we continuously compromise and say we need a body on the seat. But if we want to get serious, we have to have that conversation. And of course, this comes with a cost for financing. New positions, new roles, etc. So as I begin to wrap up, we are moving then from teacher education to practice-based education. We are moving then from a passive acceptance of saying, well, this is what we get, to understanding and taking postures of courage and saying, no, that's not good enough, let's raise these standards. We are moving to improve, to learn to improve through and in transition, so we are continuously engaging in systematic data collection and capacity building. As I end, I want to call all of our colleagues into action. We want to recognize that in order to cultivate adaptive experts for the 21st century, it means that we must think about learning as embodying social justice and fostering holistic development of our teacher trainees and our teacher educators. We have to recognize the impact of this new position, this new posture, and it's about effective implementation being located in rich standards that are aligned to materials that are, and practices that are culturally relevant with the potential to reset purpose, practices, and outcomes for public education. The invitation then is open to you all of us together. that we want leaders and policymakers and teacher educators to join us in this work by applying the enduring principles of teacher education and development to the needs of our present moment and to commit to this vital endeavor. We recognize that our understanding will only evolve as we learn more from you, building equitable learning environments where all teachers and students can thrive. I thank you. And I just want to recognize our generals who have been engaged in this process with us.
We go now to questions and answers. Thank you, Laurette, for your presentation.
Really engaging. Can you hear me okay? What are your thoughts about the role, and you mentioned AI in your presentation in one of the bullets, but what are your thoughts about the role AI could play in training, pre-service training, in-service training, just in general in education, if you have any thoughts? Do you think it's just going to be another tool for teachers, or do you think it's going to play a more transformational role in the way we train teachers and the way teachers teach? I'd just love to hear your thoughts.
I think what we have to recognize is that AI is a tool. But it's a tool that must not in any way cause us to abdicate our learning agency. And I think that's the tension that we're facing in the classroom, where you have some teachers who might be so averse to technology that they shut down the opportunities for the use of AI. You have some spaces where, because we haven't been engaging with our students towards socially just oriented practices, they use the AI to do the work for them rather than recognize their agency and power as learners and use the AI as maybe a trigger, a point of stimulus. So I think we have to have those conversations about the role of technology. This is not just about AI, because we also have a reality where teachers are moving from chalk and talk to click and talk. Yeah? So we have to have that conversation with our teacher educators and within the heart of our teacher education institutions, that at no point in time must we allow a tool to take away our agency as learners. And if we recognize it as a tool, then we don't abdicate our agency as learners.
Jude Bartholomew, Grenada. So based on the experience and what some of the teachers have been saying, many times the ministries of education, they are trying with all the different courses, workshops, and probably even colleges, universities, get scholarships. But a lot of the time, the observation from the teachers is that it seems to be a top-down approach and not a bottom-up, where the weaknesses in the system is that the teachers basically are the implementers of basically the instructions, whatever is given from the ministries of education or other parties. And I think probably there is, in going forward, there'll probably be a new way of probably thinking and planning where the teachers, because the teachers are in the classroom every day and they have the ground experience. And so that's where sometimes we have some problems. So I think those things should be taken into consideration. Another problem there that we saw is that from the teachers themselves, and that's not just for, we're talking about in the region, and it could be all over, where teachers are very well trained and they have their degrees. You prepare them for the school system. But the observation is that when the teachers are trained, they want to move on probably sometimes to the Ministry of Education or to other places where you have the bigger jobs. So you're training them to really and truly to execute well in the school. But then you continuously have to be training because some moving and going to other places, and so you're not really getting the real-time effect that you have. And that is some of the problem that what we are having. So we want those things to be taken into consideration.
So all those are well noted. First point, recognizing the importance of teachers as implementers. This is why we now have a new elevated role for the teachers in the classroom as mentor teachers. We take the guidance from the teachers in the classroom who are going to be serving as mentor teachers for this new generation to provide the support and to give us feedback when we go into the classrooms on where we need to be making changes based upon the contextual realities in the school. We can appreciate that every school is different, And because every school is different, that evidence from our teacher mentors is going to be absolutely important as we take on board that information to continuously change. And I thank you for that question, because a key core principle of this new program is always ever evolving based on evidence from our stakeholders and communities, where we tweak based upon that feedback coming from students, tweak based upon that feedback coming from teacher mentors, etc. On the other question of you prepare teachers and they want to move on, that's life. Yeah? What I think we need, the conversation I think we need to be having with our ministries of education, because I certainly remembered that as a young teacher moving up the ranks of qualifications, being told by my Ministry of Education that they have no space for me in the classroom. I left the classroom not because I wanted to leave the classroom, but my system had no space for a highly qualified, effective teacher. So it's back on our ministers of education, back on our government systems to create incentives to create the space for highly effective teachers who want to continue learning. That has implications for salaries. Yeah? That has implications for leading and leadership. That has implications for how we build centers of excellence inside of schools, where these highly trained, effective teachers become your source for continuing professional development and continuing professional learning in communities of practice. I don't see that as a challenge. I see that as an opportunity waiting to happen, but I need our teacher unions, I need our principal associations, I need our teacher colleges to get on the ministry and say, step up and build the incentives to keep our good teachers here. It still doesn't stop anybody from moving, but build those incentives to keep our teachers here.
We have a last question there. Just one more. I don't have more space. Hi. While you were speaking about, you said 3 things, and the last one is the question. The first one I thought was, but everything Laurette is saying is the same thing we were saying for children and youngsters. The same conditions of formation, learning formations for youngsters are the same ones you're describing for teachers' formation. And I think it's absolutely consistent, because we cannot form teachers with contents, skills, and so on, to form children with other skills and so on. So if the teachers have those emotional skills, then the children will have them. But what followed that was, we have teachers at very different levels of knowledge and learning, the same as children. Not all our teachers are equally prepared, because it depends on where and how they're formed, and also due to concrete conditions that they live in. There are teachers who are hungry, who experience violence. They're human beings. They live in similar conditions to those of their students. And from there I went, and this is the question. Maybe I'm thinking outside the box, but perhaps we should also think about forming processes from the methodology of teaching from the level we have. Because in our experience, we have 2 entities in the continent that come from the same place that we need to transform. They were formed there. And they don't have a lecture comprehension. If the teacher doesn't have it, he or she won't teach the child in a proper way. So perhaps we should think of adapting this methodology according to the level and accelerating for the teachers, because we do have these situations. So what do you think about it?
So I can respond to that on the question of the humanity of the response, recognizing that we have different types of teachers, and I don't even like the word types, but we have different teachers who come from different learning environments, different social environments. But we are calling those teachers at the end of the day to work to prepare students who we are expecting to have particular kinds of competencies to be able to enter the workforce, whether they go into higher education and then go into the workforce, or they go in straight from secondary education into the workforce. So while I think there is good value in us using that model of starting where they're at for our teachers, the reality is that that particular teacher or that group of teachers may take a little bit longer to finish the program. Yeah? That's the implication of that. Because there is no way I can sit here and say, I am trying to help you out and put an unprepared teacher in front of a class with complex realities. I'm actually doing a disservice to the teacher, and I'm doing a disservice to the learners who they are working with. So while we could recognize that model of starting where the teacher is at, for those teachers who might be behind the ball, the implication is really systematically is what's the minimum qualification to get into teaching. A lot of times we have been compromising. And the compromises are leading to the results that Yuri presented this morning, where we don't have teachers who have mastery over content, so they are not able to translate content into skill effectively. And then you come into confrontation with a student who might be just a little bit sharper than the teacher. And in the Caribbean context, that's a point of conflict that then leads to discipline issues that then causes that child to be removed from the classroom. So I agree, the humanity of those who might be passionate about teaching, who may not have everything ready, we can build those bridging programs into our teacher education programs. But at the end of the day, I'm not compromising my standards for expectation for you. I'm maintaining it. I will support you in getting there. Yeah.
An applause for Laurette, please. Thank you so much, Laurette, for putting on the table this topic of initial formation of teachers that we hadn't spoken about before, and all the challenges this opens up towards the future. And now to continue, I want to present another experience. Laurette has her fans. Now, I'd like to present another experience that will be very inspiring for us all. It's the experience of literacy, early childhood literacy, implemented in Sobral in Brazil.
I want to ask Veveu Arruda, president of the Band Common Association. He presides the association. It's an NGO with alliance with Lemon and Natura to support different state and cities in designing policies of education to help literacy and writing in children of Brazil. Let's give Veveu a hand. Hello. My English is little, my Spanish too. I will speak in Portuguese. I know they understand a little. Hopefully you will have interpretation. Our interpreter in Portuguese is not coming, so we're going to try to understand the Portuguese. and give you a little, but we do not speak Portuguese, so we apologize for that. So 2 times in your life, you know that you've been approved by everyone. When you learn to walk and when you learn to read. Learning to walk, it's an instinct, it's natural as learning to speak. For example, I did not learn to speak English perfectly. However, I was born in a country that speak English. If I were born in a country that spoke English or certain dialect or languages, I would learn them, right? However, learn to read. It assumes a technique, right? Learning to read is not an instant, right? We have to learn it. However, when you read, gives us a cognitive sense. Reading needs to feel and being. For example, in Guatemala, there's a Nobel Prize, Asturias, and has a beautiful verse. Patriot is part that those are part of mirrors that show your reflection in the mirror. It's a beautiful phrase. Another verse. So it is possible to understand, however, we do need to feel. However, when we are talking about learning to read, we are talking about the cognitive and emotional aspects. It is important that we have that understanding. I think that platonically we can know some things. However, for that we need the brain, we need heart. We know the brain gives us knowledge and the heart gives us, we need the heart and to have heart to be able to learn, because our heart is ready to be solidary. The heart is decides if it's individualist. The heart is prepared to build war or peace, to be tolerant or intolerant. That is a vision we should not lose. As we know how to manage crisis. We need wisdom to use and help with the crisis of money, information. I have the impression it may seem that the humanity is in crisis. And I bring a question for myself. What do we learn in school? What learnings can we learn to face this crisis? What are we teaching about it in the schools? So going ahead, Penelope, it's an English girl, a poet, writer, one of the greatest of England. So you know about Sobral. It's in Ceará municipality. It's in the semi-arid part of Brazil. That is one of the poorest areas of the country with many socioeconomical limitations. Half of the population earns Brazilian minimum wage. what would mean now to about $4, about $4 per day. So we're talking about a poor place. And for many years, the political culture of privilege has not focused in the semi-arid poor places where there's a lot of sun, there's no place to develop. So the kids have been condemned and they're called to fail in their education because public education is pretty bad. And even worse, everyone accepted that and saw it as normal. It was naturalized that children will fail in school. So what was the reality of this era, or that we can see all the characteristics written here? About 70% of children were in school. About 70% that were in school were at the end of the year. That 70% of that 70%, the 70% of that 70% will finish that school year. So there was like a very lower percentage of children thriving in school. Those who were in fifth would only have 1% that would, because the schools did not taught literacy very well. So why did that happen? For the arguments that I talked before, there were needs of very relevant changes, some fundamental and indispensable of that the political leadership would have a transformation of that reality. So there was a time where we were looking at those arguments, that seeing the reality, poverty was cause for failure. However, we needed to do a transformation of the policy so that to make education a priority. Time, presence, and example. So some fundamentals is what we wanted to establish a clear objectives. They don't need to be a lot. They need to be 1, 2, 3. I think we have 4 here because there's a story. The first one is guarantee literacy to all children at the right age. The right age for us is 6 to 7 years old. And the human being between 6 and 7 years old will be able to learn once in their lifetime. So for the government, it's not like that because the bureaucracy, all the administrative policies are in an error, are in failure. So there was children would not finish school, or they would not be able to acquire material. Children would get to school and they didn't have their material. They didn't have books. They didn't have resources. They didn't even have the information on who are their teachers. So those are the goals. First is that. Second, to guarantee literacy to kids that are behind or not behind between third and fifth grade. So we created a program to guarantee literacy to all children between third and fifth year. So those are part of the goals. Then beyond that, we started having our first changes. There were some structural changes that we needed to make change. There were so many structural errors and failures. We started to hire school equipped with computers, given food like scholars, nutrition, transportation, uniforms, all those things and conditions that we sometimes think everyone should have. So if we didn't have any of that, that was a major failure. We had a very important assessment. The first assessment, internal assessment, it was we verified that 50% of children were illiterate. They didn't know how to read and write. Because we saw that the structure was wrong, we started making changes in the system to start making the changes. And we made a substantial change. We started to work with the children we had to focus on the children independently of all the failure and all the lacks of resources. This is one of our goals, to strengthen the school management. The two main is to define a leadership profile in school. And previously, all schools told there were nominees to be a leader, because in someone would get there as leader, but it was because of policy, without credits, and this person, the leaders were illiterate. They didn't know how to read and write, but yet they were leaders of the school. So the schools didn't work well. So we created a profile for the principal, which is the leader. Very important. And there's a selective process of knowledge, behavior, a class of leadership, and the characteristics and the training that we might need for that profile. Something very important, Fundae had a presentation of 3 important autonomies given to the principal: administrative autonomy, finance autonomy. He managed the budget according to the number of students, and pedagogic autonomy. This person then has ownership, and they have autonomy to make decisions and make changes. That was linked to their responsibility to comply with the established goals, to strengthen the pedagogic action. And there are 3 things: diagnosed assessment of formation, and accompany or walk with the person in their learning process, and inform teachers so they can guarantee a good training or in good education for all their students. And also something very important is the training to service to the children. So that initial training, it's crucial for the teacher. That initial training or fundamental training there are the theories, but they didn't teach how to become. So all these training for the teachers are having a lot of theory, but they don't really learn the tools on how to focus on children, how you can work with them. So that training on the service for teachers, and that needs to be permanent and constant. And another important thing is the competence in lecture. You do need a policy in reading, so the children, boys and girls, the interpreter is here, so give us a few minutes. The third is the educational policy, the value of magistry, the assessment of the teacher. Think that a teacher, they were teachers and they would write some text on the board. They would leave school. They would go get a haircut and a beauty salon, go back to school, and when they got back, the children had to write in their notebook everything written on the board. What does this tell us? Is the problem the teachers of the system? The systems, because she wasn't giving the tools to be a good teacher. The first thing for her to be a good teacher was respect. So her continuous training is very important. So we're going to talk about three things about this slide. The performance, we establish goals, we assess, and linked to that goal, we check all the conditions given to the teacher to do their work correctly. For the teacher to stop being a teacher that would neglect the children and become a good teacher. So we link to compliance of goals, to performance gratification. And we establish the goals and we establish that performance gratification besides their salary that is guaranteed. So you have gratification because you comply, you got all your goals in place. So if you got 90%, you will get a motivation, you would get gratifications. So because of performance, they will be rewarded. And so they get that motivation. What does little ones get? So there's a yearly plan to get to their goals yearly, where all the schools will get their prizes and everyone would get like a monetary reward. But if the school has 10 classrooms, 10 teachers, and one does not comply, none win, because what they want is not to motivate competition but cooperation between teachers. School is a space for learning for the children, and it's where the teacher can learn as well. So will combine these practices, and that is very important for all to get to the goals. I remember when we started giving these rewards in the auditorium, we would go outside to a symbolic place of the city, and it was a big leverage because we got the community involved in those award giving. So in the school, we were able to find the role to teach children well. That's where the continued training and stimulate training and to go beyond their degrees, but get more degrees. There's a political commitment we also have where we talk about time and example. It is necessary that the mayor, the governor, the president will feel responsible, that they can make this an absolute priority, because we're not trying to because basically you are trying to make transformation in generations for the reality of this territory to change. So I see that time doesn't allow us to see the whole thing, but this commitment will allow us to get all the actions done in the different stages of the program, and as well as the educational process. So we see that it's important because we all need to have an idea of what's a process, and it's a proposal of public policy in education, and its goal is sustainability. So the way of building this project needs to get people involved and make them part of them. The teacher, the principal, the coordinator, the person, even the person who watches for the school, that one who's hand to hand to the person in school is the bus driver. They need to understand that this whole thing is part of the education in the city they're involved. Quickly, there are 4 aspects that are important. The assessment of the learning, very important. The evolution, when it wants to establish a status quo, and it's a guideline, it's a light for the process of construction, this training policy. At the same time, we want to design the plan for that school network, and of course the follow-up. And as education secretariat, to have a sector that with assessment in hand, you can go to the school frequently, talk to teachers, and see the results. That way you guarantee that the results are the best. Look that in this slide, the green list is the Brazilian learning process. The red is the private school in Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo has 33% of GDP of Brazil. The 0.0065% of the national GDP, if you have an economical issue, is used as an argument not to use. In Sao Paulo, you have money, so the private schools work better than public schools. So the process is still ongoing. The objective is to turn 100% of holistic integration of education for all children to be in school and high school and middle school. We may try, we're building up on that, and here's a little bit of a summary. The study plan prepared and motivated teachers, good autonomy management and responsible management, the effective use of student assessment, and a committed political leadership to education. I know my time's up, but this evaluation has been shared for other Brazilian cities. So from our association are present in Brazil in the light, kind of like yellow or light green. There's 3.5 million students, almost 4,000 cities, 54,000 students. And as you can see, the results that we're showing here, we have a goal of getting to 75% of literate children. Since 2019 to 2024, the growth of assessment was in 51 and now we're in 69. This is the presence of her work in Brazil when it comes to common welfare from the experience we've had. So I want to conclude with a verse that it's related to what you are doing here. Continue being with the armor of love, to continue working and singing for the building of every morning. Share your hope and sing with clear certainty of the next day coming through education. Thank you. Thank you, Veveu. You inspired us. The phrase that the poor does not learn, seeing poverty as the cause of failure. Cases like Sobral show us that that's not the case. Even in vulnerable realities that have a lot of problems, we can generate transformation. So I will keep that, and with the idea that it is possible even in hard context. We're going to have a space for Q&A. I will try to speak Portuguese. How replicable it is the experience of Sobral for other educational systems in Latin America, and how important it is the political consensus that you to achieve the results that you shared today. You speak Portuguese very well. So what you were saying, poverty and the difficult socioeconomical, the geographical, should not be the cause not to do things. There's the school effect. If the school works independently on their socioeconomical situation, if teachers are present and they are well trained, and even in services like if teaching a good class, if they're part of the building of that project with a view of government, of the state, but not the government, you need to have a state policy. You need to institutionalize that teaching needs to be approved in the Congress to become a law, and at the same time to, independently of political party, they need to be part of the educational system and the educational policy. So those are very important because they have been interesting and important in the progress we've seen in the Brazilian states. You saw Brazil, it's large. We have the Amazonia, we have the big South River. We have very different cultural, social, economical realities, and they all are different. So we're trying to build that. In what way? With the protagonism in the territory of those who design the project. Those who implement need to be locals. I was mayor in Sobral. I did what I could, and I followed the Sobral's policy. But how can I talk about another state or city if I'm mayor of another city? I cannot tell you how to do things. So there are ways to do. There are ways to understand that it is possible to do. So the main person of the program is the territory, the locals in the territory. The principles and values, though, the strategies, management, the plan can be shared. And I believe that it is possible, yes, that experience, it's possible to become inspiration of other countries and other regions in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what I'm trying to say is it is important, the political leadership role, which is essential, and you cannot lose time. The mayor or the governor, the president, they need to have time for education. What is their role, and what is the avenue they're building? Is it children training that are becoming a prepared generation to make this territory something better? My response is positive then. Always very inspiring. I think the testimonial of vision and action. Almost 4,000 of the 5,000 municipalities that Brazil has, there's a good Sobral story. And since today we wanted to reflect, I wanted to share from an external view. I was a week in Sobral. Is what I met Veveu, and being on site and make it the seed of a stronger relationship from KIX. One of the ideas we're exploring is to take some country delegations to know the example. I wanted to highlight two things. One is very interesting when we see Finland experience, or from Singapore, as valuable as it is, you make the comment or the concern like Adrian had. I don't know if he's still there. They talk about resources. However, the interesting thing on this example, according to the World Bank, and there are papers and registries, that Veveu, they spend $1,300 per child a year. The region spend about 2,000 per year, or 1,500 a year. So the thing is, and the objective of this is showing, like Rukmini session, you can do it. You cannot say, no, the factors, we're going to talk about research later, but we cannot, without being naive, there are ways to do things, even if you don't have enough resources. And to link this for what Yuri was showing in the report on teaching topics, to highlight that I'm convinced that of the leverage of change of why you were so successful is because the sequence and the intensity of the support to teachers. We talk about follow up to teacher, support them. In Sobral, there's weekly a visit to the school every week, and there's a monthly training. Once a month, one afternoon, they train. And there's a sequence of what they're following up and what they're training. It's exactly what the teacher is going to teach next month. So many of our ministries, we do training, very generic. The text, the importance of reading and writing, but it's nothing. It's not related to what they're teaching the following week. So the ownership of that, it's like an additional weight, a burden for them. So the beautiful thing of Sobral is intense. With little resources, they achieve it, but a logical sequence. So they help them with what's coming next. From the eyesight, you said this is worth it, and it caught my attention, and we all can learn from that. I am part of the people who say we need more money for education. I am part of that choir. Secondly, I am part of those who say it is possible for people to do more, way more, with the little you have. That's very important. We don't have finance abundance, but we have the challenge of poverty. However, we get to do more with little because we made it priority. It's a politic priority, and it's built up in a vision of the government where we invite everyone to participate of the process. And Javier, you were saying something important, not only of the government and the public sector, but also the different civil organizations that need to understand that there are chances to make the change of the reality that was set as normal as a dysfunctional, for example, in a dysfunctional school. So Sobral sky is the same. The soil is the same. As yesterday, today, we have little rain. Poverty is the same. But what happened? The mentality, the change of culture, the change of mindset and comprehension, because it is possible to make things effectively, and they can change if we change our mindset. So I think that's very important. However, therefore, I think it is possible that there's with its changes in they change the concept, we can have projects like this for example, what happens in Sobral. What are we doing in Brazil? We got the industries of Sao Paulo's federation created a program to manage and highlight those mayors that are focused in literacy. So we have all these industries and these private sector companies awarding this mayor. So now the Senate approved a law for the government, for the governors, for those who have more literacy according to their established parameters, to receive the federal chambers and the senators approved a medal. There's a medal for the mayors of the different cities, and those who focus on literacy, the people start. So in that way, when they see that happening, education becomes a priority for the governments, for the leaders, and it guarantees sustainability because it becomes a policy independently of a new political party coming in. And the educational policy to have sustainability. What happens now? Mayors do not want to, every single mayor wants to finish their term with a good result. And they want to finish their term with the comment they did work on literacy. They don't want to be the worst mayor that did not work on literacy. So not only human development, but also economical development. It's important for the government. I have a belief that in the school, there's an illusion, and if I'm in that illusion, let me be there, so people can change the world using transformational force of society. In the moment where now there are wars in the world, I have the impression that it is possible for schools to become transformational and the mindset to be different, and we can solve many issues with dialogues instead of missiles and drones. That's the belief I have. We have another question. Thank you. Without a doubt, Sobral's experience is one of the reference on what we look upon. The possibilities become reality when you show what you've done, not only in Sobral, but in all Brazil. When you talked about the mindset change and the cultural change, there's a question I've been thinking about. We say that transformational process has to go through the teacher. The teacher opens the door of what comes in the classroom, or the one that closes, for that information to stay out. How do you make that change in Sobral so the practices that the teachers have to be sustainable and recurrent could, the old habits would develop a new practice from the objective that you established? Was it easy? Was it complex? What specific actions help you break that cycle so the teachers would start walking in the path of that revolution? Can you share a little the strategies that you implemented? I think that, as I mentioned, the political leadership of the mayor, the governor, the president is fundamental. The role of the teacher is non-replaceable. The teacher is key. So we're needing to offer the teacher the best conditions for them to do their work. And you know that what we perceive is what motivates the teacher. whether they have conditions they have, but the result of that learning, because they ensure for what we made a legitimacy of the teacher. The teacher feels recognized. They are recognized in the streets as, he's my son's teacher. Look, that is my teacher. They feel with a high self-esteem. And it's evident that the process is permanent. And it's a big challenge to continue working on. In the preparation for each teacher. But the base and the foundation where they're working with in their classroom. So we created a new math curriculum in Portuguese for Brazil, and we were thinking it's the best of the world for the new math curriculum. So to make this teacher prepared in their initial training, we saw many deficiencies, and they have deficiencies in teaching, but in the content they received. So in Sobral, we made a school, a training school, and there's a permanent school for teachers. Always checking the curriculum, assessment, goals with high expectations. At the same time, in Sobral, we created the house of evaluation, the house of assessment. There's an state assessment, there's a national assessment, and we have a municipal assessment where we validate the children's educations one by one. And those are needed. There are 4 pillars: excellence, academic and emotional and socio-emotional, equity. That is, it's key because the term independently where the child is studying, it's a rural school or a school in the city, where they need to have the same learnings. We need to check on a network and guarantee education and equity for all. When we changed that curriculum, Brazil didn't have a national base. The national base is that thing that we have to orient all cities and municipalities to build their curriculums. I'm talking about 1916. And then we made the changes in 2019. So the high expectations to generate that in the teacher, but also the students. To finish, that leader that have a negative, it was a negative influence, saw that the results have political influence as well. So who are those children? There are the children in the Brazilian public schools are poor children. They're part of the exclusion circle because of their parents, grandparents. And that exclusion generates inequalities. Brazil, when they were they're part of the ONU, were under one of the 8th economies of the world, depending on the situation. But when in socioeconomical inequality they're the champion in inequalities compared to other organized economies. Where does that happen? From school, and they feed on illiteracy and inequality. So we need to literate children. The evidence shows that children at the right age learning how to read and write will build them and become qualified to absorb the content given and gives them a better adulthood. So the adult will be the star on their own story. They will have their own dignity, and that would reduce that inequality. Your question is very important, and we need to raise the level of demand of what to share, like the content in any network in the case of Brazil. Lastly, Brazil, after some years, a few years back, 2 years back, created a national commitment pro literacy. It's important. So sorry for the time, but it's important to talk. I have the impression that the only country of the South that has a structured program for literacy, specifically in the collaboration regimen where the state and the federation collabs with the state with resources and techniques for the state to collab with the different municipalities. So the mindset change, it's seen for basic information in high school. We're going to be seeing that in the children learning how to read and write for two reasons. They're citizens. The governor, a certain city, could not look for another city because their competence is his own city. The one in Sobral, has inherited what they've learned in their own school, in their context. And when they move to high school and they're not trained, they're going to get to high school, they're going to get to later education, and they're not going to succeed. So every 100 kids who are inscribed in school, only 70% finish with high school, and 17 with the correct management of math. It's a mess. So if we want to make a great nation, we need to transform the educational process. And for that, I think it's necessary that the leadership, the political, social, economical, cultural, religious would understand that education is a priority. And the first priority is literacy. And therefore, we need to teach all children how to read and write. Thank you, Veveu. We are going to go to lunch. When we come back at 2:30, please be on time. We're gonna complete the expert expositions, and there's a topic that we've talked a lot, even in the ministry panel, the resources, financing, investment in education, and how we get an inclusive financing to be smart and equal for all the challenges that we're talking about. So we'll be back at 2:30. Javier is going to share about that. Let's go to lunch, and thank you. And a big hand to all of our morning speakers that have been excellent. As I mentioned before lunch, we're going to have the last expertise presentation. Well, we will address a fundamental topic on the educational systems, which is financing and education investment, link with the need that we need greater resources and in smart investments, inclusive and equal, to have good policies and good quality of our systems. We're going to ask Javier González, is the director of SUMMA. She's reading all his resume on the experience about public policies, organisms. He's been part of the Minister of Education of Chile. Currently, he is a counselor of quality education system of Chile. Hello. I'll say beforehand that talking finance after lunch is not very smart. I don't think it was a good option, but anyway, we'll see. Maybe you can relax and sleep well tonight. All right. So, has been the conversation about the resources, the material conditions we have in our region, and is valid and legit. Adrian was mentioning, saying we have the conditions, the capacities to talk about education and pedagogy. In SUMMA, we've said what we have now is not enough, but it doesn't mean we cannot advance. Of what Veveu was mentioning, you have to invest. I'll address some things and give you an overview as complete as possible on what we have in this 40 minutes. And what the numbers allow us. Those working in educational numbers, they're not available sometimes. They're too little. They're not updated sometimes. Beforehand, I ask you to take that into consideration. We're going to start with 4 great parts of the topic. One is the regional overview. I think we all have shared how our organism and ministries are looking, and we may have many things in common. And that's important because the question is financing for what? So 1, where we are. 2, certain criteria when you talk about finances, sufficiency, equity, equality, and some innovations in the system, knowing that there are innovation in inclusive finances, and some are exportable. And lastly, talk about something we don't talk much, the expense, something that comes from outside that we receive. The ministers may get some budget, but in reality, it's related with the economical policy, taxes. But now, in the punishment of the GEP, we'll talk about it, the priorities on the governments. We're going to start, before talking about education, is where we are in the region on something important included in our report. It's the vision that unfortunately in the last decade, 2013 to 2023, specifically for the data, compared to the decade before, it was a lost decade for somehow. Politically, 16 of 24 countries that we analyzed were analyzed by the economists lowered their democracy. Polarization, the lack of trust, democracy in Latin America has paid a toll, and that has also played a role in finance. And also, economy has grown a tenth of what grew the decade before. We grew 28.2%. These are EGLAC numbers. They're from World Bank, but most of them come from EGLAC in Latin America. We saw 28% in this 2.8. It's not like we stopped, but we were slower in the growth. In the social, also we decreased the 7.7 points of poverty, and now at least one in the same amount of time, in 10 years. When it comes to inequality, we lowered 5.4 to now 2.4. As all half full cup, we can say we are moving forward. We can see the ministries, the authorities. You cannot deny that you have made an effort and that things are moving forward, but the court gets tougher and gets slower. Then we have the COVID. I don't even like talking about the pandemics. I feel we've talked a lot about it. But when you go to a school, the teachers we know, they still mention that the new generation students have a new problem, which is the social emotional issues. It's still an issue that we need to take into account. In Latin America, we know was the region that more classes lost throughout the pandemics. So, unfortunately, due to health and employment issues, public finances got farther from education, meaning that all cases, the little pink triangles, show 2020 and 2019 in a year. Look at the numbers. The triangle, it's always below the bars, meaning that education is not prioritized in the budgets on the public budget. The question then arises, where are we in education? There are some important advances with access, lower the kids repeating grades or children dropping out, but in learning wise, we're stuck. The last numbers, ELSA, PISA, show that we are stuck in the past assessments in a level that is the YESA says that 30% of children are in the level they should be in 6th grade. There are 2/3 that are stuck completely. And there are children outside of school. More than 10 million children outside of school. Those in school don't thrive. Good news, we have the Adapte. We're going to have, Dante's going to talk about it tomorrow regarding resilience. So, we saw an important effect in math in the last two assessments in 2018 and 2022, including the pandemics. Reading, there was some resilience on the nation, even in the OECD. We see that some countries have the same logic. We've been talking about it. the socio-emotionality. Some parts of the region have helped lecture to keep levels low, but at least keep them. Someone may say, and we hear this a lot, okay, we're underdeveloped countries, we're doing well for what we have. But this graph shows the GDP per capita. And then the other one with PISA in a math level. What this shows is that there's a line, expected line in GDP in this level of math. That this line, it's a continuous line. We can see most Latin America, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay, Colombia, Costa Rica, they're all under this line. What does this mean? Means that we are under what's expected for our development level. Vietnam, with the same GDP, it's way higher than Peru, Mongolia, and certainly Guatemala, El Salvador, etc. We could say Chile, Brazil are lower, having more wealth. So it's not a development issue strictly. For our level, we are being less effective because inequality levels are huge. In 2020 with UNESCO, we did a report of inclusion. It's called GEM report, and we did 29 studies in 19 countries where we show the great inequality in the region. And to show the atypical numbers, this capacity, or in Jamaica, 24 and 11% have ramps or accessible bathrooms. Talking about children with disabilities in Haiti, talking about their challenges. In the children's disabilities, show that less than 10% of the kids have use the right hearing aids. So children in jail, they're in jail, but they don't lose the right to education. And when they're under the government's care, the punishment is to take liberty from them, take freedom for them, but not their rights. So 8 cities show that a third of those who are under the government, their children and teenagers, do not receive education. What do we expect then? That they will continue being criminals. So, and the strategy, even in politics, economical and social, is to invest in those who are in jail or prison. Diversity. 60% of the children that identified as LGBT show that they have suffered homophobic bullying. And when we ask them who do that, other children. It's not the adult. It's not the children. It's the adults. It's the teachers who bully them. So we have to spend, but it's not enough only to spend money. And I'm back to this message. There are countries with the same budget that have different levels of results. Therefore, there's a combination. We have to spend more, innovate more. The discourses saying you need to spend more, that's a lie. Those who say you need to innovate more, honestly, a lie, because there are structural conditions that don't let you do it. So it's a combo of both. In finances, there are some criteria to keep in mind that all countries are asking or wondering. Is it enough? Is it efficient? Is it equal, transparent? We can talk about the 4. And first is that the typical goal, I'm not saying typical is bad, but the one that you speak the most is the expense as GDP percentage. In the ODS, we say they need to spend at least 4%. I see ministry's scary face. This is 2021 numbers. Yesterday he said it was higher. This is the World Bank data, but compared to 2021. So in Latin America, we see that in 4.3, they comply with the goal in average, but what we can see is 14 of the 31 countries of the region are below 4%. They don't even get to the 4%. So we can say that as you can say it's an average, but as we know and for the data we've been receiving is that the trend is decreasing and not raising if you compare it with years before. The other goal for development is the priority on public expense to be 15-20%. And we see that Latin America, again, achieves it as a whole. 16%. However, when we see 17 of the 31 countries don't get there, 55% does not comply. Unfortunately, because they have other priorities. Something that we have been talking about is that there's an absolute cost for education. We don't talk about it. Having this conversation is tougher, and because there's an expense to achieve quality education. By the way, you can do it with less, you can. And we've seen data that we've seen ultra innovation on the case. We are all interested in the case of Sobral, how they can do with less. But we do know in all the studies, term by IDB, etc., show that there's about $8,000 per children a year. There's a cost quality. OECD mentions about 11,000 per children per year. It's not that this is lowering or decreasing. OECD is spending money because some are celebrating. So there's the why they're doing that. How effective are we? This is related in how we spend the resources. We can spend a lot in many things. All legitimate, valid infrastructure, technology, teachers, food, etc. All necessary, all related with human rights in education. But when you think on what's the most effective, thinking in conditions like food and feeding, it's effective. It's also related to the curriculum, the core of education, the what and how, the when and how much. And we mentioned our IF partners. Why we give it relevance, what IF has done is to summarize and synthesize everything that we know in our society, in the modern society, that generated a change. The question behind EF in Latin America, along with SUMMA, is why they have improved what they have improved. Something simple, right? But to respond, it's hard. We're all trying. Not even SUMMA and EF have the solution, but there's an invitation to talk about. It seems like formative feedback, metacognition, reading comprehension have more impact. This plus It's the impact of months of learning. So when we're saying that Latin America and the Caribbean are delayed a few years when OECD and the PISA numbers, it's how do we advance those years? These are shortcuts, let's say, because they allow us to focus the public spends and our teachers in the pedagogic help and to achieve this. But this efficiency doesn't happen with a void. There are work conditions, labor conditions to think about. Two countries that are not the most poor of the region and they have the greatest problems. Brazil and Argentina. We missed Brazil. They have teachers working in 2 or more schools. In some cases in Argentina, more than 30, they work in 3, 4, or even more schools. Some call them taxi professors because they are going back and forth. But because the finance is so low, and we know that the greatest cost is the salary, the correlation is 1-on-1. If the expense is low, salaries is bad, then they have to find more jobs. That's the effect of Argentina and Brazil. Also, finances, spend capacity is that if we want to be effective, we need to spend in the support. And 21% of all teachers of primary education don't own a title, don't have a title, and the other 30 gotten in online classes. I'm not saying online classes are bad, but we're not sure if they have a credit like a credential or they're accredited. We know that 50% of our teachers, you could say, you have to invest in them. And if they're teaching wrong, it's not because they want to, but because they haven't had the proper training that the children deserve. Throughout the pandemics, many ministries talk about continuous education. There was a survey about in some teachers, they did a survey in education and showed that 81% said that received training, but have said that it was insufficient. Meaning that we have the check, we're checking that we did do it, we have the intention, but we have to be serious and say it's not enough. How efficient are we? Effectiveness need to show and get to the objective. And the conditions are key to be effective in learning. How efficient are we? Are we spending the resources right? Do we lose them? Are we aligned or unaligned? I wanted to show you a graph, this kind of deficiency line with learning results. What this shows is that the level of efficiency of the schools, this is school level, it's calculated as from certain factors, children resources, how they can have production that will have potential, but we see a big dispersion of efficiency with the same resources. Perhaps is what Sobral, with the little but same resources, some schools were able to thrive and some didn't. But that efficiency, the good news is that is related to learning, and that's why the curve is positive. There's an improvement in effectiveness, but by efficiency. You don't have to be an economist to accept that you don't have to opt for one or other hypothesis. It's the sum of different things. The regulatory frameworks are very important for efficiency. From SUMMA with the Oxford University did a research in Ecuador where we surveyed and interviewed the minister Montserrat. We in Teno, in Quito, in Guayaquil, what we saw, I'm going to show one finding, is the institutional coherence of the incentives of the stakeholders. The stakeholders have incentives. They want to get to for equality or get to compliance. It's just to leave everything. So I want to be compliant. I want people to judge me about it, and the system paralyzed. And in our countries, we seek excess of transparency. All the auditors get there, and we are super concerned, and the whole system paralyzed because some are more than others. SUMMA does not say that. The stakeholders, the ex-vice minister, everyone mentioned that there's 41% of incentives of not doing much, or maybe not doing more than comply with the formal law, not with the substantive part of law. So there are inefficiencies. The question, we don't have data for El Salvador, Guatemala, Chile, Jamaica, etc. This invites us to reflect that it's today's objective. What frameworks we have in the region that help us or make us see if we spend money right or wrong? How is law set to innovate or penalize error? Is that it's saying if failing forward, I'm gonna go to jail if I don't comply? And in some countries this can happen, and it can be for the right reason. I'm not doing judgments of values here, but when you give examples with countries, many countries have similar things. We have numbers for countries, and I'm not judging a particular country, but I want to show this for the research we've done on field. But we made the mistake talking about incentives, how we distribute resources. Latin American region, not everyone knows. It's important to know it's the more privatized region in the world in education. What does this mean? The amount of private school is the higher in the world. Sometimes we have that. Africa is similar, but it's in the ideology. I want to take it to economics. What does economy says? What does the meta-analysis say on some ideological thoughts? Is putting a focus of evidence is not as much. There's no absolute objectives, but what does research shows? Not because I'm from Chile, but the country that it's more privatized, as well as Haiti. When we see what happens in privatized countries is that the database show that in general there's no profit for the competition between schools. It's not an improvement matter. It's another element, but is not an improvement matter. So some people may say at least it's not harmful. Some teachers, and I apologize, I know little, and that's why I apologize for the slides that are so small. But this study was by Tony Verger by Autonomous University, and it shows that there's a systematic review on what they show when it comes to vouchers in the world. And what it shows is that the effect regarding inclusion, if it's a value we're interested, 75% of studies included from 2007. The 75% is negative for inclusion. When it comes to segregation, segregation is 47%. And all related with effectiveness or cost effectiveness and efficiency, 30%. So what's the conclusion as reflection? Taking ideologies aside, I know we have different ideologies and I want to take advantage of that richness, but if we're serious and talk about, let's take studies in zero numbers. So if we apply the scientific method, it doesn't improve the privatization and worsen inclusion and inequality. So the logic in a form like this is at least talk about it. Earning the position of being the most privatized region should not make us proud. This doesn't mean that all private schools are bad or any initiative is public-private initiative is bad. It just needs more deepened scrutiny. We've seen efficiency, sufficiency, and efficacy. The question is, how equal are we? How equitative are we? And I mentioned Dr. Gregory Lacqua, who has been working in Latin America. And what these data show is that we have a big inequality in countries where institutionality is advanced, developed, and strong. These show that province distribution is unequal. Brazil, it's a little better than Argentina. We might get some innovations from Brazil. Argentina is still very high. What they invest is very different in little provinces is different than what they will spend in Buenos Aires. This shows the difference on a richer or poor area. This is territorial. It's important, especially federal countries, but also communitary countries. And have we been equal when it comes to each student? We need to think in Bourdieu or other thinkers that said that there were some capitals, cultural, symbolic, economical, and that allows us to say that educate a child, I'm talking about cost. It's harder or more costly when this child comes from unadvantaged. NSE is the socioeconomical level. Children coming from unfavored conditions might be migrant children that we saw in the video, those who needed support. They are obviously more expensive. They have the same potential, but you need to take care of them. There are some that do speak the country that don't have that. But grants, it's because they have negotiation and there's a logic that how many kids you have? 1,000? You have 8,000? Oh, okay, you're in 8 times more. I don't know. This is not equal. It's like saying getting 2 hospitals independently from the sick people they have and say how many people do you have in each hospital. Some have a broken arm and some have cancer. Clearly, it's not equal. We would not have a doubt and it would be a scandal. But in this case, it's not visible. What innovations are in the... Not only to give you bad news after lunch, feeling sick of all the bad news, but there's a lot of room of improvement. There are some that we've been able to offer, and the region has a lot of assets, but we need to look to our problems. We have some strong innovations, and there's a Chilean reform. I'm proud to be part of the group that designed this with Rafael and Gregory Lacqua in 2006. And there are some important reformations in Chile and Latin America. I'll talk a little that under this graph, we had a plain subvention where the levels were not recognized and a link between resources and results. You give the school the resort and tell now do whatever you want. The reform had key components. On one hand, they identified what kids we can recognize as society that are vulnerable and which ones not. Poverty, migration, etc. Secondly, they said, we're going to give these kids more resources than the rest. Because of numbers, if you have 3, you get a grant for such and such for each child, but also the conditions. It's different to have 1 kid than 50. You can have additional cost on the difficulty in the classroom. The most important part of this grant, or subvention, link with the plan of improvement. And it's something that happens in the region. We talked about Ecuador, to give you an example. There was educational plan of improvement. They were sent to the ministry according to the study and different stakeholders. The ministry would approve and said it's a good plan. And it would get into a file because it didn't have any resource. So we complied just because stakeholders said that, and with all due respect to our... It offers a learning opportunity. Ecuador is doing their improvement plan. Let's give this next step. Let's finance it. It's absurd because otherwise we will waste time. The most interesting part is that we classify schools on the relative performance. They're not good or bad schools. There are schools from Coleman. You know that the socioeconomical level affects effectiveness. So what we did was to group all schools. These are many schools in here, and each ones are socioeconomical levels. A, the poorest. E, the richest. And not all are the same because they're focused in the middle, more middle class in Chile. And for each one of these, we say, now that we compare schools and we classified by socioeconomical level, we can check it by effectiveness. In this group, effective will be the ones in blue because of their condition. And these, they're insufficient. There's a reflection then. that the society resists. There are private schools that are here, for example. This private school that is here, it's a lot higher than the one here. The one in blue here, this is a rich private school, is doing so much better and equal than the one here. However, the trick comes here. This should do so much better. So this one could do a lot better or equal. I'm going to consider it insufficient and ineffective. A rich school with students that do better than most, and say you are not effective, and it's publicly categorized as ineffective. This one may be doing really bad. We recognize that it's in a rural area with all the deficiency. We're not going to say insufficient. At least it's in the middle. So this creates a different logic and effectiveness because it's a fair comparison where the poor are bad and the rich are better. So this is an invitation to innovate in how we understand the resource assignation in an educational system, not necessarily highly efficient. Did this work or not? I think what's fair is that I don't respond to the question. This is the research we did a while back with Rafael and another person. We compared the California's reformation, the UK per pupil premium, and the CEP from Chile. CEP is the first one, not because it was copied. It was the first one with many years before. And is the one with the best effect size, 0.11. Amy may say nationally, not pilot, is pretty high. It's in the structural level of that size. What I'm trying to say is high effectiveness. This graph shows the red line is that the poorest children of a school, this is econometry, so basically shows that the poorest children, the ones in red, is showing that the poor improved as the non-poor that are in CEP schools. CEP, which is the grant, it didn't only help the poor, but their peers, because it was a financing and improvement. This is a very interesting innovation in the region. It summarizes most of the topics we're talking now. We can learn from Brazil in resource distribution, Argentina and others are related with other regions when they share part of the budget, and some happens and some others doesn't. Fundeb, it's a redistribution funds in the region, and in this case in cities, lowered inequality by 12% in 5 years. The inequality has improved and there's a redistribution. With this, I'll be finishing. I said that I can tell you this is the money we have, this is what we spend. It's like we had bad luck of not being in a country that has more money. It's not like that. The spends is also with the tax systems, which is logic is tied to that. And when we see the tax load, which is, oh, they got scared when we talk about taxes. Someone was not paying taxes and got scared. is how much tax a country will receive compared with the GDP. How much of what we receive redistributes? OECD, 34% of income of a country are taxes redistributed in social rights. You go to England and you say the EHS works very well. It's not by chance. It took, I studied that, it took them more than many times they thought they were going to spend in the 40s. So when we see Latin America, they're 21%. These countries are Guyana with 11%, Guatemala 14%. Very low. But the question we can have is, obviously, because we're not Switzerland, we're not Germany, how are we going to have the same level of tax than them? But it's not, and that's what I want to show you. So, besides capturing little, we do it in a regressive. So, tax falls on the rich, then the poor. Sorry, what did I say? I'm changing. Okay, it falls. I just want to making sure if you were paying attention. You are paying attention, okay? It's a teaching technique I'm using. Thanks to Yuri. So, I'm going to finish with this exercise. It's very interesting because Latin America, it's exceptional in inequality. We're the most equal region in the world. But also we're discussed in the US, 99%, and the movements, etc., that are related that how much that 1% makes. In Latin America, we have some countries, I apologize, this is a research that I did for Chile, that shows is between Chile and Colombia, 1% of society takes 20% of GDP. 1% of the population, 20% GDP. So you said, that's because they're underdeveloped. How do you come out of that response with this not sufficient? Why don't we ask ourselves how unequal are OECD countries and put a benchmark on when they have the same GDP per capita than us? If we do a fair comparison, is let's clean development. Let's compare when they had the same wealth and the same level. In the case of Chile, for example, it's similar. What this shows is when we compare Chile 2013 with Germany 1970, Germany had the same GDP per capita than Chile. And now if we compare to 2013, 43 years difference. Germany had 1% of Germans accumulated a little over 10%, while Chile does 20. It's not because we are more poor, we're unequal. It's because our societies politically are based on inequality. So that makes us reflect. I ask GP to check on that, because when we talk about finance, we need to talk about politics, and some that don't want to redistribute within the society. Talking about income and things we can measure and can be affected, that is tax, because we were looking on equality on income, but how much society requests. Most of us are Not in that percentage because most people have studied in the university, and being in the university makes you part of the 20%. When I said lit, I'm saying I'm talking about us. When we say this movement, so this millionaire that want to pay more taxes as elite, we say we want to pay more, right? So making the same comparison, the Mexico tax 20%, ABC going here 35% of tax revenue. So we're talking about inequality, and here we're talking about taxes. In Latin America, OECD, so let's respond to the question of development. I'm so sorry, he's just speaking too fast and it's really hard to catch him up. So when we talk about the evidence on OECD in average, they have the same income in Latin America. They have 10 points than GDP than Latin America, 10 points. So a 50% of taxes, and because England, Germany, France, Italy were able to do things that we're not doing, that are hospitals, roads, trains, metros, and you say, oh, metros, and people walk in the street in Europe, and here's part of the response. They had the same income as we did, but they made a very different decision. And also because there was the Second World War and they were going to lose everything. Latin America has earthquakes, huge ones, and some may say it's the time to start and rebuild society. There are times with disasters. We're going to talk about resilience and opportunity. I don't want to minimize the losses, but we need to question. And this is what they did, and not like we want to follow them in everything, but nowadays we need to reflect. As Latin America are not making that reflection. It's the same GDP in the 70s, Germany as our countries. So economy is related to policy, right? Politics with data. So closing with this, there can be repetitive, a comparison between tax for the rich. Things change. People may say this is very revolutionary. This type of the party A or B, what the U.S. did. The U.S., this is a Piketty paper. We all know Piketty, if not, very interesting based on data. What it shows is that the U.S. between 40 and 80, for 40 years, had taxes close to 100%. That was the maximum bracket of tax of the U.S. England, that is the blue. No, the blue is the U.S., 90%. In England, more revolutionary, we're 100 to 100%. This show why they have the NHIS, because it's the National Health Service, one of the best health system of the world. There's a lot of failures there, but with that, I finish. With a call, I went way longer, but it was worth it because I wanted to share some research that we've done from SUMMA, more than KIX and SUMMA. And we include some countries beyond what there are represented here, but some others. And the ones that are represented here of the lack of political decision, lack of innovation and finance, because we see that the economists are going to solve. I say it as an economist. There's a problem. We need to start having these discussions. How much do we need? How to be effective? How to be efficient and more fair, and with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. We have many challenges there as far as strengthening financing and how to do it and achieve this equity and inclusion we were talking about with Javier.